going on, everyone? Welcome back. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to SOC 100, another stream over here from Level Effect. Good to see everyone on another Saturday. How's everyone doing? Cool. Dreadster, thanks for the follow. Batteries are charged, KS. Nice. Good stuff. Finac, what's going on? Cool. People rolling in. I got Karina, KS, Alan, Ariel, Cybersec, Lint, Demori's here, Nuclear Guy, Nixa, Patricia, Sayan, and TomTom. Good little start to the morning. Nice. Everyone have yourselves a good week. Wild Piece, what's going on? That's right, we're back. Cap City. That's right, Karina. Today's a green mug day. Get your coffees in. We've got an exciting stream today. I think email is a little it's a little underestimated. I wouldn't say it's the most like interesting component of security, like it's just emails, right? It's just stuff, but yeah, it's an important vector to understand. What's going on, Bearded? Patricia's in the house too. Doug, you just got some Crazy Cups coffee, Canadian brand. Haven't heard of it, but if it's Canadian coffee, man, we love our coffee. The more you find email exciting, yeah, that's right. Like I think it can be. I don't think it's as like layered as digital forensics and like endpoint and network forensics and such, but it's an interesting vector because it involves so much of the human element. Where's Level Effect coffee? Well, I got a little surprise. Should be able to see this. Whoa! Oh, look at that! Look at that black coffee mug. Whoa! That's a surprise. I got another one too. Ariel, what's going on? Got another surprise I'm going to show as well too. Potentially swag related. Actually, it is swag related. Spoiler. It took Twitch like a day and a half to approve the black mug emoji. It takes so long for an emote to be approved. That's right, KS. Now you can print it out. That's the next step. So now you can see what the mug looks like. Now you can print it out. That's the next step. But I got a little surprise for everyone. Very shortly over here. Level Effect Liquor Set box. That'd be... Okay, not gonna lie. That'd be pretty sweet. If that was the case. If I could talk to Liquor Set and get a Level Effect branded mug, that would be amazing. Yeah. Maybe I'll reach out to them. Sponsor. Beardy, put the mug on a sticker in the car. I got something better for you, don't worry. But yeah. Everyone have yourselves a good week though? Past week? Kind of, it flew by. I don't know about all of you, but this week went by like that. Like just like the fastest week I've ever seen. Level Effect ombre black to gray fade mugs. Y'all really like the ombre and these different tones. We're gonna start talking about like Baroque and Pantone and other types of things. Doug, KS, so KS is coming up with energy drinks. Nice. DevOps, good morning. Beer, did you handle your first couple of tickets at work yesterday? Nice. Should share more about those tickets when you get a second over there. Be curious if the course has helped you so far. If SOC100's helped you. Not to put you in the spot. Like you can straight up say no, but be kind of curious if it has. Demorier, rough week. Failed the module at uni. Damn, sorry. Because they don't understand service management. Fair enough. One job interview canceled. That's kind of annoying. But did have an interview go through. Okay, cool. Nice. You got an interview that went through. That's good to hear. It's coming along. Oh yeah, big time bearded. Nice. You were sharing with Ariel and Karina last night. Yeah, I think I saw some chat messages in the general Discord. You all were hanging out inside the sprawl. Yeah. I think so, right? If I scroll up a little bit. Yeah. Nice. Cool. Yeah, Beard was telling me about it. You're hanging out. Nice. Not that scary, is it, right? Once you start going through the first couple tickets. Assignment deadline was 20th of January. Assignment wasn't available until morning of 18th because they updated systems just before the final few weeks of module. Yeah. It's kind of rough. Sorry. Damn. 2 days before, huh? Nice, bearded. So we prepared you well? Yes. That's what we want to hear. Sweet. Ariel, some updates and hidden gems from Doug. Doug's gems are the best hidden gems. He's got a ton of knowledge to share. So, Doug, thank you for helping out students and hanging out with them in chat. Cool. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. Hopefully everyone's got their coffee all brewed and drinked. Today's email security. Got to update the stream, right? Let's do this. So, SOC100 stream. We're no longer in Windows Triage. We are on email security and lab subject. We are on, what are we on? We're going to be talking about SMTP. Excuse me. Headers, authenticity, and maybe a little bit of inspection today. Let's see how it kind of rolls out. Cool. All right. So before we kick things off, a little surprise. Take a look what's coming. So finally got the start of our fourth wall swag shop up and running, but I was kind of messing around with their little design editor. So this is a concept for like a little simple black mug with their logo. Going to gonna look more in this store. There's a lot of cool things like sweaters, beanies, or as we call them, it's a toque. It's always gonna be a toque to me, not a beanie. But got some pretty cool stuff coming up, and should be able to find a way for all you Twitch fans as well to get a nice little discount on this stuff as well. So I can hook up Twitch and YouTube to it as well. So I'm gonna try to find some ways and get that all coordinated. But yeah, pretty exciting. Comments look good. Yeah, pre-ordered KS. Bearded seems excited. Ariel, nice. Yeah. So little teaser for now. Got some more coming on that end. I need to get some friggin' swag myself. Like, yes, I love these mugs, but I would like a nice level effect mug that I am drinking from. Team blue, team red mugs. Oh yeah, that's right, DMARC. Yeah, I want to have some blue and red action going on. I want to see if I can get maybe like a mug that's also like half, right? Like half blue, half red, and kind of like merges into purple. That'd be pretty sweet. Doug, we need to get some coffee to go with the mug. Hell yeah. So, little teaser. Things are coming. Things are happening. I was messing around with this on Thursday. So, all right. Little surprise there for now. Cool. Nice. All right. So, up to 32 in the room. We can get things started off over here. So, email security. Email security. This is huge. This is actually really big. What I really like about email security, and now that we're moving ahead, and we're really close to cyber threat intelligence as well, is that this is when you start to realize, because I've shared this sentiment many times earlier on in the course in the streams of like, when you're in the field, it's not going to be the most insanely complex attack that you've ever seen. People coming up with 0 days every day that you have to crack the code. Like, this isn't like the movies. And I think email security really starts to get you to get some context of a threat actor is going to try and use the least path of resistance. They're going to use something that works. They're not going to spend a lot of time coming up with things all the time if they can just send an email and someone's going to click on something. So I think that's something to pay attention to. And Sabir is saying congrats on passing a Linux test, KS. Yeah, congrats, man. Again, saw the mentioned Discord. Huge congrats. Well done. You are now the Linux pro. We're going to get KS to teach Linux very soon. That's what's going to happen next. But yeah, so like, look, email security starts to get into cyber threat intelligence, because once you start to realize how simple the attacks are that are happening and how effective they are, you start to look at security under a different lens, and you start to get away from the mentality of, I need to master like every protocol and port and get deep into code and become like a reverse engineer and tear malware apart, and I need to get deeper and deeper in my technical knowledge. And you start to realize that, well, like, hey, wait a minute, I can probably improve the security for this company significantly if I just get email right. And so you start to get a better appreciation and understanding for the business sense of security and what this really is all about. And after this, so like not this weekend, and not next weekend either, but the weekend after, we're finally going to dive into threat intelligence, which will support a lot of this. Because a lot of you, when you're studying, when you first start, you keep asking yourself, like, how much of this should I really need to know? Or what do I need to know next? Or how good at this future thing do I need to be? And that really starts to mess with your, like, the ability for you to dedicate and allocate time effectively. So, you know, we're going to be looking at this a little bit later in the threat intelligence module, but this is where things like threat intelligence reports come into hand, because threat intelligence makes your resource spend, the time that you're dedicating to things, the money that you're dedicating to things, the personnel that you're giving policies and processes to, relative and effective. And that really matters. And that's different than GRC, which we talked about previously. But when you take a look at some of these threat intelligence reports, like the Verizon Data Breach Investigations Report, amazing report every year, which we're going to examine more. I mean, you can see right off the bat, like, they do a really good job of communicating this stuff. But like, look, phishing is, it's right there. And then exploiting vulnerabilities and credentials. Like, if you didn't know anything about security and you just wanted to get a general idea of what you should be focusing your time on, like, here you go. Just get really good at these 3 areas, and if this is where all of the incidents and breaches are happening, well, then you're a valuable asset to any company. You see what I mean? So, like, don't take my word for it, or like Doug, like when we're trying to tell you all to, you know, just stay focused and move along with what matters and get generally good at things and reference knowledge as you go. Because we have threat intelligence that backs us up. It's not just a gut feeling. It's not just experience, but it's actual factual data. Like when you take a look at summary of findings, what is this in terms of phishing itself? Phishing's creeping up to about 20% is involved, and we can see like ransomware is really, really high up there. So backups is a huge solution for you, right? Extortion is on the rise. 68% of breaches involve the human element. 68% involve the human element. So is it really good for you to go and become the grandmaster in digital forensics and incident response to the point where you're taking part assembly code and you might have like 5 jobs in the world that are going to require that? I don't know. Maybe that's what you like. Nothing wrong with that either. But if some of you, and I know a lot of you actually, are looking to be more involved in getting into the field or leveling up or experience, I mean, if this is the thing you should be paying more attention to, because this is the larger threat surface, the human element. 28% of breaches involved errors. So it's the basics. So we're going to be looking at this more in threat intelligence, but you can effectively see what's going on here. Let's take a look at this. Here's another bit more data from 2016 to 2022. I'll zoom in a little bit. Okay. This is data reported from phishing simulation exercises. Now, while it's great that both users that clicked and did not click are reporting phishing emails, look how many people are continuing to click on emails. And more importantly, it's on the rise. So from 2016 to 2024, that's not a good number. Yes, they reported it. Fantastic. But what is this? 11%? We're now at 11% of users are clicking on a phishing email. From the 3.5 or 4% in 2016. So if you try to tell me where you should be spending your time and your resources when the human element is 68% of breaches and 28% is misconfiguration based with that, and I think we saw ahead, right? It was around 20% involved phishing, and 11% of users are clicking on phishing emails. We have a problem. Now, not only that, take a look at this metric. I'm not sure if you can see that. I'll zoom in some more. Right over here, okay? The median time to click on a malicious link after the email is opened is 21 seconds. And then only another 28 seconds for the person caught in the phishing scheme to enter their data. So, I think I can do math. 21 plus 28 is 49. 49 seconds. 49 seconds. And a phishing email has proven successful and caught credentials of a user. 49 seconds. So Demore is saying, after the last several years working for tech companies, I believe how corporations do security training for employees as part of the cause, and this needs to be done better. Yeah. Doug, should be 0, but crafty emails get someone every time. It always will. Always will. And we're going to talk about that today. There's one thing we're going to talk about, and that is something called pretexting. We can see pretexting is on the rise. Now, I mean, I think I've shared this before on another stream when I was doing pen testing a lot more with engagements. And one of the red team engagements that I had to do involved a phishing campaign. And what I did was I researched what the company use for their rewards program. Okay? And I saw on LinkedIn that employees would share their rewards program achievements, like they just got a gift card or a reward of something, points, etc. So I signed up to that company, made my own account, and then I sent myself an email of what it would look like if you awarded someone something. And then I copied that HTML of the email, and then I got a list of the employees and their email addresses, and then I just fired it off. And each one of them got an email saying, like, here's your name, you were just given this amount of this amount of a reward from this department. And in less than a couple minutes, I had credentials for multiple users, including administrative credentials, because it just looked so good. It looked normal. It's like what they were expecting every single day. And why did they enter their credentials? When they clicked on the email, it brought them to a website and immediately brought up a form for them to input things inside. Now, some of the browsers have the functionality where it'll automatically populate based on tags of what's inside of the form fields. It'll look at the URL, it'll look at the form fields, boom. Other users will look at it and they'll just kind of right click and say use stored credentials, or they'll go to their password manager and be like, oh, I'm going to search it and copy paste it. It's very easy. And that's what pretexting is. And I think understanding this, Jordan's saying, is it bad training by the company, or is it laziness and competency in the employee who clicks? I think there needs to be a shared blame. The email creates a sense of urgency, so maybe that's why users click and enter data quickly. Yes. So honestly, Karita, like, it's more to your point. This isn't so much like a blame or a problem where you're like, hey, like, this is the user's fault, we need to fix the user, or this is a flaw in the design, we need to fix the design of email. It's not about that. It's about human psychology. It's about the person. It's about us as humans, where we can very easily be misled, we can be influenced, we can be gullible, we can make mistakes, we can be having a bad day, we can be under a tight deadline, we're not paying attention. There's a lot of just general human psychology here that will always work. So the larger notion to consider, and I like to think about this kind of like have you ever passed by electrical like towers and generators outside that are like completely fenced off with multiple layers of protection? You could walk right by them. Like, there's no way you're going to touch them. Power lines are super high up in the air. There's no way you're going to be able to jump or climb that pole and grab onto them unless you like really tried. Subways in a lot of companies have those huge shields that I've been to Korea, right? Korea is really cool. And you go to the subway station there and you go down and it's completely blocked off, right? And then you have these giant barriers. Like, you can't even get onto the track if you wanted to or be pushed onto it. And then when the subway comes, the doors open up and you're good to go inside. There needs to be a level of protection where you shouldn't have to worry about clicking on a link and then you're compromised. Like, that chain of events doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be that dangerous or that volatile of a tool. And that's really the problem, because the human element is not going to change. And we have these instinctive things about us for a lot of good reasons. We have this fight or flight instinct for a lot of good reasons where we can react. We have survival instincts. We have things that can take our attention to. We have the ability to hyperfocus. We have these things for a reason. It comes with some downsides, but we have them to be able to be effective at day-to-day things and operate and work with others and collaborate and focus on tasks at hand. Again, some downsides to that is because humans can be hijacked, just like anything. However, to say that a user should have to work on an operating system and open up their mail client and any day they could just click on an email and be compromised is a bit of a problem. To me, that it just means that we are giving someone a very unsafe tool. So it's not even so much about the training. Like, you can train all the day, like all the live long day, I should say. But eventually it's still not going to work. Beaver's saying, aren't password managers meant to bypass this problem? Not necessarily. Not if they can just open it up and right-click and copy-paste into the fields. No. Look, people aren't paying attention. Like, you have to... The more you learn about tech and IT and cybersecurity, the more you have to actually... like, adjust your perspective to stop thinking so much like a tech person when it comes to improving the security of other users. It's a double-edged sword. You are learning more about the subject matter, you become the subject matter expert, but in order to provide effective security for your users, you have to think less like the technical expert and think more like a simple person who doesn't actually understand anything. And that's hard. That's very hard. That's like me trying to tell you, stop speaking English and use sign language or a new language that you've never heard of, and then communicate that message to someone. I'll give you another example. Have you ever played charades where you have to sort of come up with something, or Pictionary where you have to like draw a symbol and get the person to understand what you're trying to say? That's what you have to be able to communicate when it comes to getting your users to buy into security. You have to take this very technical, complex thing and break it down in a language or symbol that they recognize, but isn't what you're saying. Does that make sense? Like, hearing all that about why this is so difficult and why we shouldn't be just thinking about like blaming people? Because that doesn't do anything. Yeah. Now, at one point, Green is saying, so you fell for a red team email at the very beginning of COVID. Yeah, the email said the first variant had mutated. I was so expecting the first variant to mutate, and so I clicked on to read more. Oh, man. Curiosity killed the cat, you know? Yeah, that's what's going to happen. That's how they're going to get you. That's how it goes. That is how it goes. And look, no one's immune. Don't think for a moment. Don't think for a moment that you're immune. I'm not immune. There's a chance that I'll click on something one day. I have clicked on things in the past. It's gonna happen. But again, like I said, there are reasons for this. Like, people make mistakes, but there are reasons for why we got misled or misinfluenced. I guess, is that even a word? Persuaded. Coerced is the word I think I'm looking for. Yeah, Ariel, so when you realize that it actually boosted your confidence because you used to feel like everyone was way more techie than you. Yeah, they're not. They're not. Okay. Okay, so you're more immune than Donald Trump. He's pretty immune. All right. So let's jump into things. Let's take a look at where we're at right now. So that was kind of talking a little bit about like phishing by the numbers, kind of just going on some tangents over there. The video obviously will cover more when we have those things inside the course. My streams are more so kind of a lot of, like, I reference as much as I can from the videos, obviously, but I add things inside there as well too. So let's talk a little bit more about SMTP. Bearded, first day of work, I got an email asking for my phone number. I reported, but now I'm interested in investigating myself with this class. Yeah. First day of work. Wait, first day of work, you got an email asking for your phone number. Was that a phishing exercise? Like were you just tested? Yeah, thanks, guys. SMTP, simple mail. That's right. That's exactly what it is. Simple mail transfer protocol. Because, okay, so Bearded, the only reason why I'm asking that is because, yeah. The only reason why I'm asking that is because you just started, you have a brand new email address, it probably hasn't been used or shared anywhere. I doubt there's a threat actor that's like tracking new employee hires and they're like, oh, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get Bearded Ruckus over there. Bearded Ruckus at goodcorp.com. I'm gonna get him. You know, like, I feel like that's kind of weird to get on your first day. I feel like that was, yeah, like maybe it was actually real, but it's kind of weird if it was a phishing exercise. Doug, yeah, people in the team should not be asking for... Yeah, they shouldn't, Doug, but they shouldn't. Should not is kind of key words over there, right? Should not, but it's gonna happen. Wild Peace, now with AI, it is challenging to recognize what is real and what is not. Just wait until the day comes when you start to question whether you're actually real. Whether the AI is the real version of you or not. Apu's in the house. Nice. What's going on, man? Funny how other HR marketing send emails that look like phishing more than most other departments. Yeah. What? It's true, man. What if we are the AI? What if we're what if we're just the leftover of the original AI? Next thing you know, AI, Anthony will be teaching class. Yeah. Look, I mean, it's a matter of time until you have your own personalized AI agent. It's just a matter of time. That is conformed to you, you know, to your likings, to your understandability. Okay. Pooh, thanks for the follow too. Thanks for coming on the stream. Phantom as well too. Thanks for the follows all. So yeah, we talked a little bit right now about the concept of how prevalent this email threat vector really is. When we're looking at data suggesting to us that 11% of your organization, based on incidents and at least phishing emulation exercises. Sure, thanks for the sub, man. So thanks for the support. So when we're looking, if we have 11% of an organization that is clicking on an email, and yes, this is a simulation, like this is an exercise, so we know that these were phishing emails that were being sent out. That's a problem. When we know that 68% of breaches involve the human element, huge deal. When we know that 28% of breaches involved errors, more of a problem. A lot of this is around delivering an email to the end user that is going to prey on human psychology, which will work regardless of whether or not, or how you feel about that. That's just how it is. So it's just a matter of time. We look at the general ways of enumeration of these incidents, how these have actually got inside. Pretty bad. Fnac, why is it so dangerous to click on phishing email links? Like, what is the worst case scenario? I know that entering creds in an attacker crafted website is not a good idea, but beyond that, and credential harvesting, what could happen? Well, that's really it. They want your credentials, because there's a high likelihood or a high likely chance that you're going to have you reuse that password somewhere else or a combination of it. And there's also the problem of once you're logged into something, that thing could be vulnerable itself. That's the problem as well too. So you could have credentials to like a local web app at work that the developers have not really, maybe the devs haven't really implemented a lot of security controls inside of this local web app because they're not really caring a lot about things. Maybe there's and I shouldn't say maybe, there's definitely going to be libraries of code that have vulnerabilities inside of them that they're not interested in patching at the time of, because maybe you're using like a dev version or something in-house. And say you open up an email and then they get credentials to that web app with your user. Well, they can go inside and maybe they can exploit it. So it's more so about you get the credentials that now gives you access to other platforms that could have vulnerabilities inside of it that could be expanded upon further. And there's a high likelihood that the credentials that you're using will be used somewhere else. And yeah, exactly. It was like I was saying over there with the boo, is that if you are changing your password, it's probably a variant or something close to it. And that's what they're preying on too. Now, phishing itself and email, we call it business email compromise, is not the core problem inside of the overall attack. When we talk about the attack lifecycle, which we'll get to in the Cyber Threat Intelligence Week, it is a vector. And remember, when we're talking about vectors, a vector is just a point in time where a security incident can continue traveling until we get to a breach. The email compromise is not necessarily the problem at the time. It's what happens after that. And it's just a very easy vector to get inside. That's all. MSS triple Q, what's your opinion on why corporations do not allow a password manager? Oh man, there's a lot of reasons. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why or why not. I mean, I know corporations do allow it. I know some don't. It's going to be more so about the general policy and sort of cultural understanding. That's one. The second one is that you're putting all of your eggs in one basket. That's sort of a problem. So it's better off to just force the user to not store the password anywhere, because if that thing gets stored, and it's kind of what DeMaurier is saying, is LastPass, right? That was a huge problem. That's a bit of a problem. So we've got cultural as an issue. So like if you generally think as a culture that it's not a good fit for the organization, then you're not going to do it. And then two, it's just putting all of your passwords in a single place, and that's not good. So those are a couple reasons. So like Apu uses a local password manager. Yeah. That's pretty good. Something offline, something that you can hold on to yourself. John Lair, you're about to launch a phishing campaign in your org. Have fun. I won't give you advice on what to do, but I will say enjoy it. Apu, you'd rather use a physical notebook? Well, now we know where to look for your passwords, right? I'm gonna have to go find Apu's notebook. So even something like Apple's password manager is vulnerable? Everything is vulnerable, TomTom. There's no such thing as 100% security. It's just a matter of how much you want to... What's your risk appetite? There's a possible time at everything. Yeah, you're welcome, MS. This is why we talked earlier on in the GRC module about like layers of defense, right? There is no silver bullet. So like don't see my iPad coming up. 1 second. Well, that's great. 1 second. Oh, it froze. That's why. Okay. Maybe I've got some... No? It's loading? Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, cool. All right. We are back in action. Note to self, don't minimize that application. Okay. All right. Class 25. Class 25. Can you believe it? Now, remember, we're still in the beginnings of things. SOC 100 is a foundational program. We're trying to get you to the tier 1 level of knowledge and whatnot. So, let's start talking about all this stuff. So, SMTP. SMTP. Good old SMTP. Let's get my screen kind of moved over there. Nice. Get into drawing mode. Yeah, all right. Simple. Mail transfer protocol. All right, and I will preface this before we begin. This is another example. So there's a couple of things that I've highlighted as we go through the course, like subnetting, right? Subnetting is one of those where I was like, cool, let's go through it. We're going to do some subnetting, and then some of you are able to stick with it, and then I'm pretty sure everyone forgets about it, unless you're like a network admin. And the things you take away with, right, are like the CIDR notation, the concept of actually slicing your network using different bits of the 32-bit address, and that provides you more host or more local addresses, etc. So this is another thing where like we're gonna cover the general understanding of SMTP, what it's all about. Yeah, Doug, we're gonna go through all that. We're gonna talk about different ports. So just kind of bear with me. I'm gonna kind of like go through it all and talk about what it is and all that. Yeah, I mean, actually, yeah, you guys can go ahead and Google that as we go ahead. But we're gonna walk through it. So SMTP is effectively, this is the protocol. 25, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Don't forget about 587, because that's when we start getting encryption. So, SMTP is effectively the protocol that, I guess you could say, it governs how emails are sent from one server to another. So we always have the client-server relationship, right? SMTP is going to allow us to determine how data is formatted so that it can be read and interpreted by mail clients or mail software. Now, y'all remember Arpanet? Good old Arpanet, way back. We covered that in networking. Yeah, you lived in it. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yep. The token ring networks. Nice. Yeah, with the little BNC connectors and kind of terminating connections. Yeah, so Arpanet. This goes way back. We have another protocol way from the before times, the origins of networking. The first networks communicating. And remember that concept that Arpanet really, it was about reliability over security because it was small. No one anticipated this. No one anticipated that. Encryption didn't exist. We talked about that too. Authenticity, integrity, nah, come on. Exactly. So the internet, it never changed. It just got faster, and we added layers and layers of controls to create the sense that things are secure, but they're not fully secure. That's the problem. And so SMTP was really built on, it's an old protocol It was built on an old understanding of technology of something that would be reliable. And it's based off of being able to compile and submit commands with, guess what? Headers. More headers. There's always headers in network traffic, and even files, as we saw with Windows Triage. When we talked about like the file header, we talked about the section headers, the text component, etc. Everything in computing has headers to have a start and an end to encapsulate things. And SMTP is no different. Now, it was built to be quite simple, where a client and a server could introduce one another, and they would basically say, hello, mail from me going to you, here's my data, end. That's, if I could summarize what SMTP is, that's it. Okay? So, SMTP at a high level is hello, yes, like that, from me to you, data. So this is the email itself. End. That's it. Okay, that's it. Oh wait, Apu, let me give you VIP. 1 second. So you can drop links. Just so everyone knows, Apu is one of the SOC 100 instructors. He's hopping on stream, so he's getting himself all involved now and stuff. So you can, I'm sure you've seen him inside of Discord. So just as everyone knows, he's one of our SOC 100 instructors. That's Neil, and so he's going to be coming on to our stream soon. He's got some nice home lab content for y'all, and he is also going to be doing a session. We're going to announce that next week, but February 7th. Yeah. Yeah. for the Cuckoo's Egg, recommend it. Nice. Related to early internet days. Yeah. Yeah. Loft Heavy Industries talks Congress about the lack of security of the internet. Yeah. It feels like nothing was done. The more all of you continue to learn about security and tech, you're just going to learn that it's actually more of a policy and process and bureaucratic red tape problem than it is a technical problem. That's the underpinning of it all. It's not actually about the technology. We have good, secure technology that everyone could use and benefit from. It's other problems. And you will learn that. You will learn that in time. I'm not trying to sound jaded or bitter. That's just actually how it is. Doesn't bother me. Mr. Lamkos, thanks for the follow. Mr. Lamkos. So, what's going on? So yes, SMT in action is effectively just that. Like I said, this came out from the Arpanet days. This was going back to what, the 1980s is what it was. Small, academic, relatively trusted type of environment. Not that big of a problem. Now, if you look at this, right? This protocol you can see right here, SMTP, hasn't changed. Hasn't changed. And you... So Bearded, when you got that phishing email, that used SMTP, that used this protocol, and it hasn't changed. Now, a lot of things have been layered on top of this, mind you. So we've talked about encryption, right? We talked about the whole Diffie-Hellman exchange. We talked about establishing a session key by means of using private public key cryptography to have a shared session being created with those client server randoms, blending it all together. Jordan put on the watch list, got 24. Yeah, cool. Hope you enjoy them all. So a lot of things were layered on top of this. So effectively what we have at this point in time is SMTP port 25. Okay. This is the like the clear text email of how things work, unencrypted. So this is typically where you're going to see it listening per se. Now, however, we've added things onto this. So we have things like the TLS, which is actually going to be in the form of something called ESMTP. Like once you start layering these things on, you get an extended version of simple mail transfer protocol. So you get things like TLS, this concept of STARTTLS. I always remember that as STARTTLS. So STARTTLS, and this means you can effectively encrypt any old unencrypted clear text protocol. So it's like putting a layer of encryption with the same things that we learned about before with a public-private key, a symmetric key, all that stuff. The same thing. It's just instead of doing that with HTTP, which turned into HTTPS, you can now apply this concept of STARTTLS to have a shell or a layer of encryption around any protocol. So what this looks like is SMTP. I should say this is clear text, and you encapsulate this with that's not what I wanted to do. STARTTLS. And this is going to be using now port 587. Thanks for popping by. You got a rip up carpet. Yeah, man, cool. Well, thanks for coming in. And yeah, we're going to have you for tomorrow. Oh, my word. 1 second. Idea. Why do people like to? I gotta disable that. Sorry about that. Yeah, Pooh, thanks, man. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow. Anyways, so what we can do is we can apply this concept of any protocol that is not using encryption by default. So like old unencrypted protocols when we're dealing with things like the original SMTP and such, then we can apply something on top of it. And this is where you get like SSH, like you get SSH, where you can also do the same. You could wrap things inside of that as well. But this is one that's more commonly used, and this is equal to ESMTP extended SMTP. Cool. Okay. So that's that. Oh, that's what that was. Okay, someone threw a package at my place. Okay. This is how everything is encrypted today. Okay? So this uses the same things as we've learned before, right? There is a TCP handshake that occurs, SYN, SYNAC, ACK. So there is a session that is then established between the client and the server. All of that. Now, what we're doing is the same thing we learned in cryptography. Again, is having this concept of a private and public key. The private key encrypts it. The public key can then be used for verification with digital signatures and such like that. So, I think I made a mistake there. Yeah, public key. Sorry, public key encrypts. Private key decrypts. So, that being said, this is how this all works, and everything has this digital signature on with that as well. MS, you kind of need the stream, the background. So what SOC100 is, just kind of real quick on that. So SOC100 is a course. It's a pay what you can minimum course. And what we're doing is we're streaming. We're taking you through it, like a live instructed version that is free, and we'll go on our YouTube afterwards. But that's the course in the background. That has all like, so right now I'm kind of talking about like this. We're going to go through all these labs together as well. And then tomorrow we've got log and event analytics with SIEM. And last week we had Windows Triage. We actually got into malware analysis at an entry level. So we're talking about SMTP transfer systems in action and how this actually works. That's really it. Okay, so that being said, 10:57. I'm going to take a little bit of a break here just for 5 minutes, refill the coffee, and then we're going to actually walk through the SMTP process, and then we're going to talk about SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. We're going to talk about how those adds layers of authenticity and integrity to this process, and then we can actually start doing some labs. We're going to go from there. MS, yeah, you found it? Okay, cool. Yeah, you can always go to our training. Pop this out of the chat as well, too. Really need to get a bot in the chat that can y'all can ask questions to as well. First things first, I got the mug ready, but I haven't got the bot yet. All right. Okay, let's take a break. 5 minutes. Let's go get some coffee, and then we're going to walk through the SMTP process of all of this. Okay, yes, I hear a bot. Nah, man, you are a sentient being that is a VIP of Level Fact. Cool. Okay, I'll be right back. Let's take a break. Go get your coffees. Yeah, I know. I saw that, Karina. It's gonna definitely cut that out. You need to disable that thing. All right. Back in action. Okay, so let's actually walk through the SMTP process together, just to get an idea about what's actually going on in the back end. And then we're going to talk about some of the controls we've put on in front of this as well. Apu, you're back. Nice. Ripping up carpet will be in a week, waiting for him up. Cool. All right. Sounds good. Well, good to have you back. Rip off the carpet as a metaphor, Karina. Nice. Just like an angry blast of things. Okay. So how does this actually start off? So it all begins with more terms and definitions. Okay. So we've got something called the MUA. This is the Mail User Agent. Okay. Now, this is effectively like your client, you know? Oh, sorry, I forgot to click iPad. Thanks, Karina. So yeah, starts off with the MUA, so Mail User Agent. This is your mail client. So this is like your Gmail, this is like your Outlook, etc. So this is what you are familiar with this point in time. So this is like Gmail, Outlook. And like I said, I'm prefacing with this. This is another one of those concepts and topics where we're going to walk you through it. You need to generally understand and reference what you need as you go through, and maybe specialize and really like master the knowledge of this is where your domain ends up to be off at. This is not so much like a lesson of like, okay, you need to read this and watch this and memorize everything. It's not like that. And as I hope you're starting to really pay attention to and realize the depth of what we've covered from the beginning up until now, there are some things that you do have to pay attention to. Like example, last week with the Windows Triage and performing compromised host analytics. Yes, the labs are the portions where you really need to pay attention to. There's a lot of theory we're throwing around on top of that as well too that are good to know, nice to have, referenceable knowledge. But you're not going to remember all of that. The labs are more important to pay attention to what your practical ability, like a gauge of where your practical ability should be. Okay? So again, just prefacing that with this as well too. So things begin with this thing as the Mail User Agent. Now, it's like Gmail, it's like Outlook, and what it does, the MUA, is that it formats things. Okay? It formats your email. So you have like your to, your from, different headers that get added onto it. And then this is going to hand it off to another component in the process. Now, this is where we get this concept, and we're going to talk more about like the encryption side of things and such as well too. But this is where we start actually getting further into, do we apply STARTTLS at some point now, early on in the process? Do we not? It sort of depends on your setup. More often than not, yes. And typically this will hand off your formatted email. So like to, from, headers. We're going to hand off to submission, I should say. And this is typically now going to go off now on port 587. Okay. So this is step 1. And we're going to recap this a couple times because we need to expand on scope as we go. Apu's saying if you ever want to know the guts of protocols, I suggest TCP IP illustrated series of books. Yeah, extremely dry but technical. They're also great reference books. Probably keep you around. Yeah, it's good to have, man. Thank you. Yeah, find your books, your charts that really click with you. I haven't read that one myself, but Arial all volumes. That's a big question. Time to start loading up that bookshelf. You can't really see it. I guess you can sort of see it in my background over there, but there is an IKEA Kallax that is filled with books. It's just what happens. Okay, so now we get to a piece of software, and that's what's happening here with the submission layer. So. And this goes to something called the mail submission agent. And mail submission agent. The MSA. So the MUA goes to the MSA. Just keep that in mind. Okay? So starts off in Gmail. That's where you write the email with formats and everything as well. And then encryption starts to get applied to it, and we hand it off to this thing called the MSA. Ariel, so are you buying all volumes? That's the real question. We'll find out. Apu, there are only 3. Volume 1 is the most useful. Sounds good. Let me know what they're like. You'll stick to searching online. Yeah, depends what your interests are. Miss Valentine, welcome back. Good to have you. Howdy to you too. Demorier. Many years ago, Packet was really big. I mean, they're still kind of big, but I used to see Packet being referenced a lot more for some good books. Apu, GitHub, CWash, books and blobs. What is that? That's a GitHub link. Okay, cool. Nice. What is that? Let's take a look. Should I click on Apu's link? We'll find out. Let me grab it and put it inside the chat. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Cool. There's a lot of good books out there to go and grab. Yeah, not bad. All right. So this one I'll put inside of the stream itself. Now that it passed the sandbox. Cool. Yeah, there are a ton of GitHubs out there with a bunch of books and things that people can go and grab. And obviously, if you like the book, get it, buy it, support it, put it on your shelf. Nothing like a good book. Cool. So yes, it starts off. We have the client, right? We have the MUA, the MUA, the MUA. I don't know. This thing about emails, it's always... I feel like that's why I try to preface as much as possible. You're going to go through this, and then you're going to be like, okay, this is good to know, and now it's time to move on to actually inspecting the email itself. Ms. Valentine, MUA makeup artist. I thought you made that up, but if you did, that's pretty good. I like it. So we got a makeup artist as the original point over here. Okay. That's where things begin. This is where you start writing your email, you craft it all, and you're good to go. Ariel, you thought the same thing too? Okay, maybe y'all just know more about that than I do. I guess Karina too. All right, so I feel like that's just a thing that I don't know about. If you guys all know and you're all in on that. This is not a phishing link? Nope, not clicking on that. Not clicking on that one. Nice try, guys. Same, all the ladies, all the ladies in chat. Yeah, Tom as well. Nice. Well, there you go. Okay. So it all begins with the makeup artist, apparently. And I mean, if you think about it, the MUA, I mean, Gmail is technically the makeup artist, right? Formatting the email. Like, it puts the email together, it makes it look all nice, it looks all good and ready, and ships it off for the next step. So I don't know. If that helps you remember it, I think I'm always going to remember it now as well, too. It's that the MUA is the makeup artist. Okay, so next we move over to the mail submission agent. So like I said, this is where it's another piece of software that is just sort of getting everything up and ready, taking it from the MUA, the makeup artist, and getting everything ready for the next set of submissions. So this could be now like a validation step. We could be looking for spam checks. So this is why some companies, if you try to email something out, you'll get like an alert. Like, you know, you can't share this, you can't say this. This is potentially malicious. And this is where you start seeing services that are running, some things like postfix and such. So this is just a layer of validation. And I guess what the MSA does is like, yep, the makeup looks good. You know, like you put the right makeup in the right places, the contrast and accentuate features and add from and to headers, right? Like, if we want to keep going with this analogy, that's what the mail submission agent is actually doing. It's like, yep, okay, you put eyeliner on correctly and it's contrasting the white of the eye and all that stuff. Okay, so it's looking at it, it's verifying it, it's making sure that it's valid for send. So this is like the initial check. This could be running locally, this could be running as a service on another server. Regardless of where this is running, it's just a check and balance. So that's all what's actually happening right now. Okay, and we'll come back to these as well too when we start expanding a little bit more in scope. So next step in the whole game of it all, number 3, we're going to go over to what's called the mail transfer agent. Exciting stuff. So this is the MTA. And this is the mail server effectively at this point in time. This is now sending the emails across. So mail, it could be the server or it could be one of many. I should write that over there. One of many. Or single. This uses SMTP now. To forward mail. Because remember what I said was that the underpinning, like the underlying protocol and technology for all of this is still SMTP. It still has to have a certain set of headers, still has to have a from, to, hello, data, end. Like that formatting still has to be there. Now, what the MTA is actually doing is it starts to forward this email now. There could be encryption at this point, and it's sending this off to other servers, and it's consulting DNS records. And remember, anytime we start to have servers going back and forth with one another, we are having DNS records. Shuvro.io. I butchered that, but thanks for the follow. I'm going to go with Shove. So we start to consult with DNS records right now, and we start to look at MX records, so mail records. And the mail record has the domain, the protocol length, etc., and also it has the reference of the domain for DNS resolution for the A record as well too. So that could look like something like, I don't know, example.com. And then, I don't know, I think it has like a TTL, like a time to live, like how everything does. And then it has something like IN for internet. And then the DNS type of record itself, which is MX in this case. And then we have priority. And then finally, we have the domain itself. So, and then priority. So if I take a look on Google, go inside here, and if I were to type in something like sample MX record, sure, someone will have something like this, so you can take a quick little snippet of it. And we're going to look at this at some point as well, but Cloudflare's got some really good documentation on this, right? So it would look sort of like this as an entry on itself. Jordan, so are these notes still being uploaded onto the relevant modules? Yeah, man. So take a look inside here. I thought I uploaded them. Did I not? Go to recorded streams, class 24. Yeah, so class 24 has them. If the class has notes, then I upload them. Some of them don't. Some of them are just like pure labs. But like this one has all of my crazy scribbles. We're talking about like stack and heap and memory scope and such. So the other classes have notes in them as well. And I'll upload as well too in this course. Now, MX record raw. Okay, yeah, so this is sort of like some examples of how you might see some, like here's an MX record formatted this way, and then the A record that follows with it. So you'll see these. You don't need to master memorize them. You just need to understand, just like the rest of DNS, right? We have the A record for the IP address so we can resolve things to, or the quad A for IPv6. The MX record itself would just reference like what is the next mail server that we can speak with. So that's all that's happening over there. Finally, we get to the last step. That is the MDA. What's going on in chat? So also, if it was said, SMTP operates in the application layer. Yeah, it's the application layer, and then it references the protocols as needed, like DNS if it needs to go further, and then of course there's some IP resolution as well too that happens. But yeah, this is all application stuff at this point in time, because it's a lot of just formatting. There's of course obviously some layers that go further down that work in adjacent with SMTP when we're dealing with establishing like the TCP session, when we have encryption, and then of course further down for resolution. Apu, the application layer is a myth. You believe in the DoD model? Share us the DoD model, Apu, while I continue my drawings. So mail delivery agent. Are you talking about like the human layer and stuff as well? This is the MDA now. So the mail delivery agent is effectively looking for incoming messages, and at this point it's like the final Rafa, you just came, but don't see any security control like Sandblast. Yeah, well, I mean, we're not going that deep right now, Rafa. We're just talking about SMTP right now. SMTP, sorry. Kind of getting the understanding of how the email transmission works with the MUA, etc. So now we're dealing with the mail delivery agent itself. And If you didn't have the MDA, I guess you could think of it this way. There is nothing to finally deliver the email to your client. That's really what this is at this point in time. So the MDA now, it's receiving which I'm spelling strangely. Receiving mail, spam check, integrity, etc. So kind of like a final last check to make sure that the messages are being delivered as they should. And now we start to get referenced into some additional protocols. So Pooh's saying it's all just really application. If you use an EPAC capture, try and find the session layer. Yeah. Also, if you go with the idea of encapsulation of HTTP as an application layer, what does the presentation say underneath it? Let's take a look. What are you sharing over there, Pooh? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So you're just referencing like the TCP IP layers. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. We kind of stick to students with the OSI for now just to make sense chronologically, like a time and place of where these actions are taking place. But yeah, the TCP IP model is effectively a nice categorical way to explain what's sort of happening, and generally at the same time, if not step by step, before it moves to like a different medium. There's a lot that happens on your endpoint, your host, where it's packaging up, it's formatting, it's encrypting, and then boom, then it gets to being transported around, which holds a level of order. And then you have networking related information like your IP, your domain, and your network interface and such as well too. Rafa, yeah, we're gonna be talking a little bit about DMARC, DKIM, SPF soon, and kind of all that stuff as well. Just getting into the basics of this stuff over here. You're a little ahead of the game while we introduce this kind of stuff. We're walking through the SOC100 modules right now, sort of entry level. Getting there. So the this mail delivery agent starts to work with how should the mail now be delivered to the end client. So that's really kind of what we're looking for at that point in time. How does get mapped or downloaded? Whoops. So there's effectively two more protocols that now get introduced. We're going to talk about them in a moment. So this process happens through two different ways: IMAP and POP. And that's going to help us determine exactly how the client is going to be retrieving the email itself. So a couple different a couple different steps that happen over here overall. It's not the most complex, but it's one of those things that they generally understand. We have the MUA, the mail user agent. This is your client that you're putting everything up together. You're formatting, you're writing the email in the body, you're putting it from, to, etc. And then we have the That's all packaged up and it goes to the mail submission agent. And the mail submission agent is another step where we have some validation, checks, spam checks, integrity. We start to now work on port 587. Encryption starts to be added here as well too, between these two stages of the MUA to the MSA. And then finally, we start to ship these things out via the mail transfer agent itself. And this is where we start to use SMTP to actually send email outbound. This is where we start to consult with DNS records. We look for MX records. We look for A records. We start to understand where is the next email, or where's the next mail server in this process, and what is its IP address so that I know I'm sending to the right place. Then finally, we deliver everything to this mail delivery agent. This is the final receiving. This could be like, it could be a mail server itself, an exchange server, etc., because that sort of holds all of this. And then finally, there's another check and balance for spam, integrity, you name it. And through all this process, we have security layers and controls where we can have proxies, we can have filters, we can have firewalls, we can have a variety of things that actually happen over here throughout any stages of this process to enhance or increase the general security posture of your policy. So if you're involved in this area, just generally understanding how this process actually works is going to be the first step. And then we can start talking about email security itself. So Ravage is asking, you are also interested if logs generated with this app, or what will it be? Not yet. We're not looking at logs right now. We're just strictly speaking about the email itself and the formatting, the structure, the protocols involved in general, SMTP transfer. Sort of like a bit of a crash course into it right now. That's really it. Cool. Oh, and sorry, if it wasn't immediately clear, I should say at the end, kind of looking at this right now, this is effectively going to also end at another MUA. So it begins with a makeup artist and it goes all the way down to another makeup artist. That's how this all begins. That's how it all ends. So now let's talk a little bit about some of the security controls themselves and where things get layered onto one another. Does that make sense though so far? Cool. Cool. Just making sure. Nice. Great. You continue to appreciate the iPad notes? Cool, cool. Yeah. Good to hear. Okay. I'm glad that they're helping. Yeah, it's easier than just like rolling off random tangents. Rafa firewall in and out with proxy in the middle. Yeah, so like I said, like you can have firewalls and proxies at any point along this process at a local, network, or server level. The more you want, fine, you know, like keep on doing it. But yeah. So 11:33, I think we got time to go a little bit more as well. So let's talk a little bit now about the security components and sort of recap some things as we start to go through this. So as we mentioned that Jordan's saying, so what does it do at number 5, client's MUA? So okay, yeah. The client is just going to, so if I have my Gmail account that I write emails from and I email you, what's happening there is my Gmail is my MUA that I'm writing things inside of, and then it's being packaged up through the various layers in between. And then the mail delivery agent sits at the last step before it gets to their Gmail, like yours. So if your Gmail account is open and you're waiting to receive email from me, once all those checks and balances have happened, finally then Gmail itself on your end will download and retrieve it, or download and delete it at some point. And then you'll be able to view that inside of your Gmail. So that's all what it is. Because you don't have access to the mail delivery agent. That's like the final server at the end of it that's storing all of the email being sent to a domain's inbox. So if you have like jordan@goodcorp.com and I email jordan@goodcorp.com, what's actually happening is I am emailing you, but I'm delivering it to your goodcorp.com mail server. And your goodcorp.com mail server, the mail delivery agent, says, hey, wait a minute, this is packaged for Jordan. I know Jordan. Jordan, here you go. Here's your email. And your client at the end of it, your MUA, just waits and communicates with your mail delivery agent, which is your server, at various routine intervals, and just keeps saying like, hey, do I have any mail? Hey, do I have any mail? Finally, server turns around and says, you've got mail. That's all what's actually happening right there. That's it. That's how email works. So I'm not mailing your inbox. Does that make more sense? Yeah, cool. Cool. So let's talk a little bit about some layers of trust that we can put inside of an email. And we have these concepts of three things. And notice how I'm saying email trust. I'm not saying email security. Trust is equal to integrity. You know, if you say that you know a person of high integrity, it means you can trust them. And again, all of this is because of the email protocol being built around Arpanet for submission of reliability instead of security has resulted in us layering security controls on top of all this along the way. Also, Akram, thanks for the follow too. Sorry, kind of missed you over there. Yeah, email. So email send, passes through firewalls and spam filters, etc., reaches server with those security controls, and then it delivers to the email destination, which that server knows correct. Yeah. That's how it works. So, what we have come up with is effectively two forms of email trust that really help eliminate a lot of spam, I should say. It provides some level of security by design, but it's not a security-centric feature. So if I were to mail you a letter, right, I would put your address on the letter, and I would say it's from me, and then I would stamp it. Once you get that letter, if the letter looks like it hasn't been tampered with, and it has a stamp, and it was stamped by the post office, and it was delivered by the post office carrier, you're generally going to assume that you can trust that letter, right? That's how these two concepts work with email security when we talk about SPF and DKIM. So the first one over here is called SPF, that's Sender Policy Framework. And no, it's not a sunscreen protection level. It is Sender Policy Framework. Okay. You're thinking sunscreen too, yeah, Karina? Yeah, I know. Everyone always does. What's the SPF level? Now, all what SPF does, and it is just it's another DNS record. It is a DNS text record. Okay. You see how DNS keeps coming back up? I told you, you're not going to get away from it. Okay, is a DNS text record. And all what it's saying is, you know, like, I'm only going to allow certain IP addresses to send from this domain. That's all what this is really saying. And this is important to remember. Via okay. This is really important to remember, because if you get an email from a Gmail address and that person used a Gmail client, which Google has SPF text records saying, yes, I approve these IP addresses to send from @google.com, or sorry, @gmail.com, it's going to pass every time. That's approved. So people get a little bit confused when they hear about like SPF at first. They're like, oh, you know, like if the SPF check passes, then that's a good sign. That doesn't mean anything. That like it just means it came from the domain has approved the IP address that it came from. Now that's a problem, because I'll put it this way: if that letter that I was trying to send you a mail with, and I package it up in that envelope and everything, if I had access to that envelope before I sent you that letter, and I put something inside there, it would pass, right? Like I would then package up the envelope, I would send it out, and I wouldn't notice, but it would look like it was trusted. Does that make sense? Wait for some confirmations there before I get to you, DDoS. Okay. So, and you know what? Maybe let's actually take a look at an actual SPF record as well too. So let's take a look at this SPF record. See what they actually like physically look like. Okay. This might be a better one to look at. Okay. So here's an example of what an SPF record might look like. We can see the version of it. So we're looking at version 1. And what this is saying here is that this is going to allow a certain IP address range. So this private IP address range, 10.00.1/32, 192.168.0.1/28, that IP address range is the only acceptable IP address range that we're dealing with. So what I'm trying to say here is, if I had access to one of those machines, like 10.00.0132 or 192.168.0.1, if I compromise your business email, if we had like a business email compromise, BEC, then I'm now going to pass SPF checks because I'm now an approved sender. I'm trusted, I should say. And if we have a trusted sender, there is a likelihood that we have less security controls in front of us to deal with. So we had a question early on. Question was like, why are we so concerned about getting our email credentials compromised if it can't do anything further than that? Well, I think it can. Because it's like saying I'm on the guest list. I'm now allowed in the party. And if I had a ticket, if I had a VIP ticket that I could go inside the club or the party, I'm going to walk right past the bouncer. I'm going to walk right past all the security controls because I've already got a ticket. That's the problem. This is why email threats are so big, because there are a lot of security controls in front of the time when you actually can hold the ticket, when you are an approved sender, when you're on the approved list. Many layers of security. So if I can send you an email that you click on, that I then get your credentials for, and then I can log into your email account, I have now elevated my permissions tremendously. And it's just like stealing your ID. And I now have your privilege and your permission level to do what I want. And I am now a trusted person inside of a secure environment. So this is a bit of a double-edged sword. You can see that because the mail transfer protocol inherently by design does not have security on it, we have provided a security mechanism or control, and basically an integrity check, that the domain administrator has to go and set up this record at like example.com or goodcorp.com. Okay? They have to go in and they have to put this record. So that means the highest level privileged person has to go and say, this is the guest list. And if that's the case, that's a very trusted list. So if I can prove that I'm on that list, I am going to try and compromise that list as much as possible. Because once I'm on that list, I can go anywhere I want after that. I have a lot less problems to deal with. So you see, the problem is the design itself. Okay. All right, so let's go back quickly now on questions over there. So DDoS, would you say that DHT is something like DNS records? I would say, I mean, sort of. I think it functions similarly. And for those that are not really understanding, like we're talking about like decentralized communications. So DNS is a hierarchy, right? Remember we have a hierarchy of DNS servers, like .com is the highest kind of level of DNS servers. And then there is a final server after that, like truly. But like .com, .net, .ca, those are major high level DNS servers on that hierarchy for DNS resolution, and it kind of goes all the way down to an authoritative or non-authoritative name server that can provide the final IP address. So that's a hierarchy kind of view. DHT, what is that? Something is it distributed hash tables or decentralized hash tables? Can't remember. So that's, yeah, distributed hash table. So we're talking more about like a decentralized network, and that's how we have like Bitcoin. We have these cryptocurrencies that rely on blockchain based resolution, so that there is no single point or hierarchy of failure. Every node is able to, or every server is able to communicate with other servers as needed at the time of. You take one down, everything still works. Whereas DNS is a hierarchy that kind of goes up in tier, and if the main servers in a hierarchy fail, everything collapses. This is how you can get major outages, and this is one of the strengths of working with like decentralized communications, and this is why there's such a huge following. Like cryptocurrency is not just all about like pump and dump schemes of coins. A huge part of it is gambling, but gambling's everywhere. Like everyone's gambling everything these days. But I think people always have. People like taking a gamble on things. If there's a high risk, high reward, it's natural. So these blockchain technologies try to combat against these problems. Like SPF is a problem and solution of a fundamentally insecure SMTP protocol. It provides integrity based on a hierarchical check of servers in the process, and therefore grants a level of trust to allow emails to flow smoother and get rid of a lot of spam. But if it's compromised, if that email inbox is compromised, you immediately get bumped up ahead of all the security controls. Now, blockchain technology, and this is why Web3 is trying to push this so much outside of the crypto coins and such, is a decentralized structure. Just means that there is no single point of failure. That's all it is. So, Miss Valentine 86, you need a higher SPF to failure. Yeah. It's true. So, if you're kind of working up the sender policy framework of integrity levels, then yes, the higher level of SPF results you get, like the higher level of a pass, the better the policy is to let you through. So in some ways, yes. A lot of this can be related to makeup. I didn't know. Makeup and skin protection. The other question over here, Jordan GTF. So how susceptible is SPF to being edited and bypassed? I mean, like anything, it could. If a DNS server is compromised, if a mail server is compromised, you could edit that all you want. And this is why we actually have the next policy, DKIM, which we're going to talk about in a moment. So at this point in time, all that thanks for the follow, Keith GDR, thanks for the follow. So all what's happened here with an SPF check on an email is your domain admin has said, okay, this email is allowed to come from this domain, from these IP addresses. Cool. That's it. That's all what SPF is actually doing. Now, like we just kind of mentioned over there, is how susceptible is SPF to being edited and bypassed? Well, it can be. So we have another check and balance to add another layer of security to all of this, and that's called DKIM. That's called DomainKeys Identified Mail. Not DomainKeys. Okay, so DKIM. Okay, domain keys identified mail. Okay. So we talked about digital certificates before, yeah? Y'all remember? Digital certificates? Please tell me yes. Please tell me yes. Tom, good. We all remember certificates. Remember, we generate a private public key. We then create a hash. We hash the data. And then we sign it. Yep, and we get a signature file. Okay, so the same thing that's what DKIM is. You see what I meant? Like, don't worry too much about like memorizing these concepts when you first come across them, because it will self-reinforce itself. So just like how when you connect to a website, the website provides its digital certificate with a signed hash that you can verify and a public key and all that Diffie-Hellman exchange that we talked about. A DKIM signature is the exact same thing, but for your email. So when your email goes out, it's kind of like if I signed my name, if I put my signature, like Anthony, right? Like if I put Anthony as a signature at the bottom with my handwriting and the way that I do it, and that no one else could. Let's just say that no one else could make my signature, that it was like ridiculous, okay? That is what's happening. When you send your email out, before it goes out, your client server connection that you're happening over there with from the MUA and onwards, you will sign that with a digital certificate. And now you have two things. You have integrity and you have authenticity. So it doesn't matter if someone edits the SPF record. If someone goes and edits the guest list, it doesn't matter, because you also have a signature and a timestamp per guest list entry that the person also has to have, that only the bouncer can verify. That's how this works. So I can go steal someone's ticket, but what will happen is when I go to the door to get inside the party, the bouncer will look at that ticket and they'll scan it, and that scan will reference knowledge that only the bouncer has, and that original ticket only had at the same time. So DKIM is a way of providing authenticity by means of a digital certificate signing the mail. So this is an authenticity check. Digital signing. Yeah, iPad's up. Okay. Fix the posture. Sliding down this chair. Okay. Digital signature. Okay. Jordan's saying, so SPF adds the trust and DKIM adds the authenticity of the trust. Yes. I mean, not authenticity of the trust, but it just provides authenticity to the email. Not the trust itself, because we're not signing the SPF record. We're signing the email. We're not signing the SPF. Let's make sure that don't get confused in that piece. Yeah. So SPF provides trust and integrity, and DKIM provides authenticity. That yes, it actually did come from that person. Okay, so now that we have these two controls, we finally have another piece over here. Because it's one thing to have controls, but what do we need after we have a process or a control? We need a policy. What do we do with the results? Like, it's great you showed me your SPF record, and it's great that you showed me the DKIM signature, but now that you showed me it, I have to make a decision. And this is what the final piece is. And this is called something called DMARC. DMARC. And this is called domain-based message authentication reporting and conformance domain based. Yeah, domain based. I think it is authentication. And conformance, yeah. Oh, this is why we come up with these big acronyms. Peter Ruckus, can you say it 5 times quick for testing purposes? I know, right? Domain-based authentication reporting and conformance. So it is a policy. That's all it is. And this policy says, well, if SPF, or rather, hold on, I should say, check results of SPF and DKIM, make a decision. Make an assessment. That's all it's saying. Make an assessment. Ran out of space there in a page. Okay. Make an assessment. That's all it's saying. Now, it can be saying something like, all right, if the IP address doesn't match, but there's a signature, okay, maybe I'll let it through. If the IP does match, but there's no signature, hard pass. You know, like, nope, not happening. It's not signed. I don't know what happened to it. Reject. And that's all it really is. So your ultimate policy comes down to do nothing with it. You quarantine it, or you reject it. That's all it is. So the policy enforcement of the email. Correct. That's all it is, Jordan. Yeah. That's all it is, man. Now, all what this is again, it's another DNS record. It's another DNS text record, I should say. And this is set by your email administrator, your domain administrator, so on. It could be a lot of people, whoever's involved in all that. But what they're going to do is evaluate the risk posture. So, like, what is the acceptable risk for the organization? Do we really care about this? Maybe you just want to let every email through and give your users a bad day. I don't know. Jordan, so the dress code for the... I like that. Yes. So, okay, that's actually really good. Thank you. The DMARC is essentially what is the dress code for the club. That's all it is. You know, is like, is this a suit and tie event? Is this a cosplay event? Is this like a 90s rave? Or is this a rock club? There's a whole bunch of different configurations of how you want to do this. And DMARC is just the dress code. I like that. I think that really gets the point across. So thanks for sharing that. So that's all it is. And this is why you see like a lot of spam comes from Gmail accounts and from Outlook accounts, and it comes from these trusted providers because it's typically always going to pass those checks. Like Gmail and Outlook by design is always going to pass the SPF and DKIM. Always. So there's going to be a lot of efforts from threat actors trying to abuse those environments because it's already passing. By design, Google and Microsoft will sign your email, and they have they have a range of IP addresses that they can send emails from. So good. Now the emails that are a little bit the problem happens when, if we have a company like Level Effect, we say like at leveleffect.com, well, I now have to set up my own email. So companies that have their own mail servers, their own mail setup, that are not using off-the-shelf solutions, immediately start to become a little bit more insecure, because now you need someone to go inside and configure the environment. And what did we learn earlier on, looking at the Verizon data breach investigation report? 28% of breaches in 2024 involved errors. I'll give you a more direct meaning of that. Okay? If 28% of businesses have to set up their own email services, rather, that's a terrible, wait, no. Well, I'm going to restart that. Okay? If I have 100 businesses, okay, that are setting up their own email services and configuring their own SPF and their own DKIM and their own DMARC policies and records, and according to my statistics, 28% of breaches involved errors, it might be safe to say that 28% of those email servers could have a misconfiguration. I obviously need more data, and that's why we look into cyber threat intelligence reports to get further on. But this is why we start to... This is why threat actors do the things that they do. Because people are going to make mistakes. People make mistakes in life. It happens. Jordan, we've got a mini novel now with SMTP, starting with the makeup. That's right. Makeup, getting ready, finding credible transfers to the club, authenticating your ticket, and getting into the club. It's right. Always trust Verizon with everything. Yeah. Good one. AT&T as well. In the UK, TalkTalk, an ISP phone company, was hacked twice in 1 year. It's funny because their name is TalkTalk and they got hacked twice. They're talking twice and also got hacked twice. That's weird. Okay, so is that making more sense, like, overall, right? Like, let's kind of look back at a threat intelligence report. You're starting to see there's a problem. I hope. Like do you see the problem with email security at this point in time? In order for this to work, there is configuration that's required, and 28% of breaches involve errors. And email security relies on integrity and authenticity checks that can be compromised by a phishing email to bypass all the security that encryption can get in the way of. That's the problem. We got a problem on our hands. Demoria, you also posted some screenshots of example mail settings for a domain. Thank you. Yeah, inside a SOC100 student channel in Discord. Very cool. Thank you. Okay. I think that's a good spot to take another little fiver. Let's take a break. And where are we at right now? Make sure I'm tracking. All right, so that's SMTP, general email security, and then let's talk a little bit about header analysis, types of phishing, I think, yeah? And then we'll dive into the first couple of labs today as well. Cool. Sounds good. Let's take a break. So we'll get some coffee. We'll be right back. right. We are back in action. Let's go learn more about a bunch of emails and stuff. Let's keep it going. Okay, so where were we at? Okay. So let's kind of let's recap a little bit, go through this step-by-step process once again, and mention a little bit about what is going on with what and where, and then we can understand why email header analysis works the way that it does, and effectively where things can go wrong as a result. So let's review. We've got, let's do a recap. Yeah. Okay, so step one, MUA. Preps email. I think what I'm actually going to do makes it a little bit more easier to understand as well. Let's stream all set up. Yeah, okay. Let's do it like that. So I'm going to say this time we're going to go with client. Okay. Okay, so first step, MUA. This is your client. This is where you are just generally compiling the email. It's the mail application itself. There's some formatting that happens as well too to fit it into the SMTP format. Okay. There is no SPF DKIM DMARC at this time. There is also typically no encryption as well too. This is step one. Okay, you're on your client. You're just writing the email, and things are being packaged up on the back end for you as you write it. Here's step one. There's problems that can happen here already. There is no integrity. There's no authenticity check. There's no encryption. There is just clear text that you're writing an email. Okay. Now, step two, we have the MUA submits to the mail submission agent, the MSA. And now we are establishing an SMTP session. Port 587 at this point in time. If there is TLS, so if security is enabled, we will start TLS. So now we're actually going to start the encryption. Now we have the server. We now have a server involved in this process, typically. And at this point in time, if the domain's private key is on the MSA, so if private key on server, then add DKIM here. So you can see the DKIM signature is actually added really early on. So this is important to understand. So we now have DKIM. So really early on, we have a level of authenticity that's been provided. And we also have encryption. So we have an encrypted email that has now been cryptographically signed. We have a digital certificate that's also now providing authenticity. So there is an immediate high level of trust now happening inside of this transaction. So number 3, we now have that mail submission agent. So the MSA is now going to be transferring this over to some mail transfer agent. And this is effectively the networking component now. So now we're going to be looking at I mean, this could also be an internal server, I should say. It might not, but so we have an SMTP handoff on port 25 now. So you see the difference, right? At first, because we encrypted things, we used port 587 to encrypt the connection. And now we have another step happening where we have the transfer agent getting involved to figure out where we're going to be performing the next set of handoffs. So this could be local, this could be external, and it's packaging everything up at this point in time. It's receiving the message, it's adding headers, it's making sure the DKIM is in place where it's supposed to be, and then it's getting ready to go. So this is happening on port 25, and again, this could be local host, right? This could be a local socket, a local network connection, or it could be external. Doesn't matter. But this is essentially just packaging it up with the SMTP format for outbound connectivity. So internally, the mail client itself is prepping initially the SMTP format of what the email should look like at a raw level. Then we encrypt it. We also add our DKIM signature to it, and this is happening as a connection from your MUA to the MSA on port 587. We then move from the next step, which could be a local connection here on port 25, to package up this signed cryptographically secure email through SMTP port 25. Okay. Next step, we are now going to be going, at this point, if we haven't already, we are now 100% going through the internet. So now we have the mail transfer agent going to recipient's mail transfer agent. So there's actually this could be a chain at this point in time. There will be multiple servers that will get involved, if not a few. Now we have DNS activity. Now is when we start performing SPF checks of what's actually happening. So we're going to be doing a couple things. IP resolution. So is it coming from a certain IP address? Via DNS A records, mail server resolution. A record, MX record. And through this point in time, this is where the mail transfer agents will do some level of consultation to see if the SPF and DKIM checks have passed. That's what's happening over here. Okay. Finally, step 5. Yeah, we're in step 5, right? Yeah. Finally, the mail transfer agents that are in between, they will now get delivered to the mail delivery agent, so the MDA. It's kind of recapping that a little bit more. The results, at this point in time, they may have actually already been rejected. So the final MTA, I should say, let me actually, 1 second. I am going to move this. I'm going to say final check. Is the DMARC. So what is the domain policy? And this will determine how the mail transfer agent should be sending it to the mail delivery agent at this point in time. So everything's been encrypted. We've done IP checks. We've done MX and A record DNS resolution checks. And based on all of this, along with SPF, we will have a final check on our DMARC policy and figure out what to do with it. So, this is why some emails now can be marked as spam, suspicious, and so forth. And there's another, there is a header that's added to it at this point in time. With the results. Finally, the mail delivery agent will then will be able to speak with your MUA. Okay. Now, there's a couple different ways that this could happen. So we talked a little bit about it before, but if the email has now finally cleared all checks, it will now be available for your inbox. It's available for the inbox at this point in time. Now, how your MUA gets it is going to be between typically 2 protocols that we talked about earlier. There's POP. POP, I always think about that like popcorn. That's kind of how I always remember that one. So we have our POP. This is Post Office Protocol. Wing Out, thanks for the follow as well. I'll get to you a moment over there, Jordan. If someone else doesn't get to you in the meantime, Post Office Protocol. Okay. And this is going to be typically on 110 or 995 for secure. Okay. Or through, and so, sorry, I should say also, the way that POP is actually working is you are downloading it and then optionally deleting it from the server as well too, if you'd like. So download plus optional delete. Okay. The other option is going to be through another protocol called IMAP. Internet Message Access Protocol. Okay. So IMAP is kind of like a synchronization, put it that way. IMAP is what is used for like when you are using like your iPhone or your Android phone and your Gmail or your Outlook client, you can go back and forth and they all see the same thing. That's what IMAP is actually doing. So it's synchronizing the connection between all of your different devices. That's all what that is. And it's easy to remember because it's like it's mapping your inbox to the MDA. So like the server itself, the final check where it's actually hosting all the mail for your domain. You are mapping your inbox to what is inside there. So it's a representation of what it's actually seeing. Whereas POP, you get the mail from the post office. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. So that's something to think about over there. So let me just write that out as well. I like that, by the way. Wait, no, thanks. So yeah. Sorry. This is, so IMAP is operating over port 143 and 943. 993 for secure. And this maps or synchronizes your inbox, which in this case is the MUA, to the MDA, to the server. Now that's effectively it. Like in a nutshell, those are all the different steps that are involved. So now you are seeing the SMTP in action, but also where the encryption is taking place, where the SPF check is actually occurring, where the DKIM signature is actually being added to the email, and where the verification checks are happening at this point in time. So let's take a look. So Jordan's saying, so a bit of clarification on port 587 and 25 as it confused me a little, but I think I got it. We submit your mail to port 587, which ensures it's valid and secure encrypted. Correct, yeah. It then relays the mail through port 25, not necessarily to the recipient's mail server right away. Port 587 initially is actually sending emails from your mail client to your mail server. And and what it's doing, the reason why it's doing that is because it's encrypting it. So it uses port 587 to have your client and server communicate back and forth through that port and encrypt the mail. Now, after that's been encrypted, then your mail server just needs to use port 25 with encrypted data to send it to another mail server. Does that make sense? Because remember, port 25 is the SMTP protocol to format mail, and you can only send and receive mail through port 25. That's why when you go server to server, it becomes a port 25 connection using the SMTP format. But prior to that, there is a STARTTLS and encryption connection that happens. There's an encryption process that happens through port 587 from your MUA to your MSA or some other step between that. Even it could be locally as well too. Does that make more sense? In summary, like think about it like your like a recap. Your client sends email securely via port 587 to your mail server, and then your mail server sends that encrypted email via port 25 to your recipient's mail server. And that's where all those steps happen in between over here. So all these like MTAs to MTAs going on from step 3 onwards. It's a whole bunch of SMTP action with checks along the way for SPF, DKIM, DMARC policy, regulation. Do we reject? Do we quarantine? Do we deny? And then through all those steps, any one of these steps, you could include a proxy or a firewall or a detection system or some type of security control to improve your security posture at any point along here if you'd like. But it's important to understand that this is generally the process. So if by the time your email that you opened up is a malicious email, it means it bypassed all of this. So Jordan's saying absolutely. Thanks a lot. Okay, cool. All right. Good. Nice. Cool. Cool Hearts, thanks for the follow. Nice. Okay. That's it. That's effectively it. So my question to you before I even get to it is, if you were now to perform a security analysis, okay? So Jordan's saying, so the post office analogy, the counter is port... the post office counter is port 587, which secures the package, etc., and the truck system is port 25 delivering it, and IMAP and pop through retrieves the letter of the recipient's mailbox. Yeah, that's actually really good. Yeah, perfect. That's a good way to remember it. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So if you were to perform a security analysis on a phishing email that arrived at your client, where would you start? Like before I actually even get to talking about this, where would you start and why? Because you know how it works now. Take an educated guess. Anyone? Anyone want to take a stab at it? Your next CISO, the authentication checks and the headers, I guess. Good. Yeah, maybe at the MSA because of the checks and balances. Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, look at the authentication checks. Look at the MSA packaging. Yeah. Now look at the header information itself. DMARC and DKIM results. Encryption type. Yeah. Nick Baring, assuming there was a detection system. Check if it was actually checked and what the detection rules thought about it. Yeah, fair enough. The certificate being used, look at the IP address. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like going back to Nick's point, the detection system is going to detect what you tell it to detect, right? So when we're trying to think about the security lens, yeah, good, bearded. Verify from and receive path. Your first initial point of triage, when we're talking about security, is a verification check. So if a phishing email made it through everything, first things first is we want to go and inspect the headers to make sure that they're actually all consistent. Did something get compromised along the way that bypassed some of the initial security controls that we have implemented at this point in time? That's the first thing that you can do. Is the from, the to, the reply, all that stuff. Like, does that look normal? Are they consistent? If it's from beardedruckus@goodcorp.com, is the reply to also from beardedruckus? Because if it's from Bearded Ruckus and it passed SPF and it was signed, okay, and it was signed, and therefore approved by DMARC, and it said it was from Bearded Ruckus, but the reply to was Doug, that's not normal, right? Now, it could be, if this is like a sales inbox or something. Yeah, check the return path to verify if it's matching the from address. Exactly. Start working backwards. So what you need to do is think about this process and figure out, is everything matching up? Because at the end of the day, an email that makes it across and is a phishing email still has to follow this set of transmission. There is a client-server connection happening, passing, and there is always a from to, from to, from to. Now, this is a chronological sequence. So from an email security header analysis perspective, what we're trying to say is every time that there is a pass or a transfer or a relay in action over here, headers are being appended to the email transmission. Therefore, you're going to start from the bottom and you're going to work your way up. Because you're looking to see where the breach happened. Like not the breach. Like, where's the inconsistency? Where is the invalidation? Like, where did it go wrong? And it has to have happened in a very chronological manner. And you work from the end and you work your way up. And all what you're going to do is look at the headers one by one and just kind of match and compare for consistency checks. That's really it. That's what email security analysis is at the header level. If it was from this address, but it was replying elsewhere, that's a problem. If there's weird formatting inside of the email address itself, that's a problem. It should be very simple. And that's actually the beauty of email security and why it should be easy. At the header level and this transmission level, it should be fine. Like, it should be nice and simple. It was from someone, went to someone else, it was from that someone else, and then to another someone, and that's it. And it was either from an approved IP address with an approved domain, and it was signed, and it was not altered in transit, and we're good. Simple, right? So we need to think about that. From +2, yes. SPF plus DKIM. DMARC. Okay. More from. and 2. Yeah. Exactly. The bulk of email will be exploiting simple weaknesses in the protocol. I like this. Yeah. In a small number of cases, it would be a legitimate email from a compromised account. Yeah, exactly. And this is why we talked about, like, early on. This is why you want to go and you want to try and perform some type of business email compromise. This is why you want email credentials, because it is a very simple protocol with some encryption, some authenticity, some integrity checks along the way, and that's it. But once you're through that, once you actually have access to the inbox, you can impersonate that user quite easily with a lot less security controls to get in your way at that point. Tom, so just make sure you follow. We get a phishing email in our inbox. First step is to check the header. So, for example, the sender is supposed to be good at, but it's actually, exactly. Yep. And now your spam and filtering will catch a good large majority of this. Not everything, but it's going to capture like pretty much everything from all of these checks and balances. So the email threats that you should be worried about are, because by the time you actually get one, a lot of this stuff is already resolved for you. This is easy stuff to catch. So what you are going to get is stuff that looks very, very normal. It's not going to be this obvious. Now, if you're dealing with a company that has no email security, like they've never set this up, they don't have an MSP, they don't have a security team, they haven't outsourced, or they don't have IT setting the stuff up for them, then then you're going to be dealing with a lot of like the basics, the low-hanging fruit, misspellings and things like that. Sure. But any company that has an IT team that has been through the ringer at some point is actually going to have configured all of this for you. But you have to understand how that works, because that means after you've done your check and balance of the headers, just to make sure that everything did look normal, because maybe they use like a character or something that kind of bypassed something weird. After you've done that, you're going to be dealing with what looks like a legitimate email, and that's what Nick's saying there at the end. That's what we're going to. Is you'll be dealing with a very legitimate looking email that has a call to action inside of it. And that is why we said really early on in the beginning of the stream, we're talking about this today, is that all what the threat actor needs to do is compile a simple attack from a believable address and obfuscate it or hide it in some way that that you will probably not notice as a regular user, because you won't. And then they want you to click on it. They need you to get from the email to the website. And if not, then they're going to want you to download something, which is a lot harder, but it's still prevalent. Then they're going to want you to download something. And if you've been able to download something, then we can do everything we did last weekend when we did Windows Triage. So, yeah, exactly. So you're looking at email you sent from a friend. Yep, from, reply to, mailed. Exactly, right? That's why I told you SMTP is a very simple protocol. There aren't that many headers, and we're going to take a look at it. We actually start to do some inspection. There aren't that many headers to deal with. Now, there are these things called X headers, which actually we're going to be talking about it in a moment. Not a whole lot about it, but you will look at believable emails. So we want to look at call to actions. links. Something you can click on. Or attachments. Why do you think the IT team always like freaks out when someone opens up an email and they're just like, don't click on anything? You say that for a reason. Because if you just opened it and you didn't click on anything, there is a very good chance nothing happened. That's fine. Nick, so using the CEO's name with another address is a common one. Yep. Yep. Low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit to guard for that is directory lookup on the name for matches. Cloud email providers usually have this as an option. Exactly. All of the security you need for like these verification checks, they're all there. And that's why I said the only way that it'll get through at that point is it's going to actually come from legitimate infrastructure. So it'll come from an attacker's domain that they set up, and it could be like, I don't know, friendlyherbalsupplements.com with a passing SPF check and a passing DKIM check and a passing DMARC check. Like everything's going to be there. Your DMARC policy will accept it because they've passed SPF and they've passed DKIM. It's a legitimate sender. It has a legitimate from, a legitimate reply to. So once that's done, the only things that you need to worry about at that point in time is there anything in the email that you needed to click on? And is there anything in the email that you downloaded and executed? If you haven't done those things, you're in good shape. But the problem is, as we saw in a threat intelligence report, right? Going back to this. 11% of users are going to click. So that's the problem. The problem is a legitimate but malicious email can still be delivered to someone at any point in time. Because SMTP inherently by design is not looking for this. Does this make sense now, everyone? I'll get to you in a moment there, Nick. Yeah, but do you understand now why SMTP, as I was saying before, there is no check in SMTP and STARTTLS and SPF and DKIM and DMARC that looks for anything malicious. It's not there by design. Doesn't exist. That is why malicious emails will continue to get to inboxes. Now, the only things that we can do to prevent that from happening is putting in, I don't know, things like we can have proxies, we can have firewalls, we can have email filtering, email scanning, you name it. There's a bunch of things you can put in the way for detection and response. Sure. But that is a cat and mouse game at the end of the day. Because the better your controls get, the better the threat actor will get, and they will always just try to find a way to circumvent it. So that is just going to happen. It's going to happen. You will get legitimate looking emails that are malicious. So what you can do is perform these things. You can look at the headers for inconsistencies. You can then look for links to click on that are clearly malicious, and then you can look at attachments. That's it. That is it. That is it. That is all you can do. Yeah. The purpose of link is to click it. Exactly. Teaching users not to is futile. They won't. Nick Berry, it helps, but will never be 100%. Wing out is an education piece for your staff. Yes, it is. But like I said before, people will click on things. We talked a little bit about the psychology. There's reasons for people to be in certain states, and that they will be like susceptible or influenced or gullible or coerced to click on things. That's just going to happen. So remember, once we get to the attachment, once we get to this stage, okay, so these two right here, we can now respond with the things that we learned in the Windows Triage module. So what are we going to be looking for? You see how it starts to all connect? Now, we're going to be looking for persistence, process, And the last one is networking. What are the indicators of compromise related to these three forms of the analyst triad? Like, where are we going to determine the IOCs is related to? That is what email triage is. Yeah, Apu's point, and that's so I agree with Apu. That's what I was trying to say earlier, is that you can't educate the users any more than this. You can't, because in order for your education to, like, let's look at this really logically. A perfectly legitimate looking email can be delivered to anyone's inbox at any point in time, and it will not have any visible hallmarks of something malicious, other than once you click on it or once you download and execute something. If you now tell users that is the benchmark of what to look at every email with, you're now expecting users that deal with sometimes 50 to 100 plus emails per day to look at every single email with a full level of inspection and scrutiny, and that's not reasonable. They can't do their job in that level of like anticipation. They can't. If you are expecting your users to have that level of scrutiny and anticipation to look at every single email as like a gun being pointed at them, they're just going to be anxious. They're not going to be able to do their job very well. Now, what you can do is permissions. This is the larger thing that you can actually do and work with. If you know that 11% of users are going to click on an email, how do you then ensure that it doesn't matter if they do? That's where you need to get to, because it doesn't matter. Like, if you look from 2016 to 2024, let's take a look at this report. Sorry, I talked about this earlier. It doesn't matter. Since it's now been what, 9 years? Our controls are better. Our computers are faster. Our networks are faster. We have a whole domain of detection engineering. We have more cybersecurity professionals than we ever had, even though that there's more gaps in the market. We have more security, more controls, but people are still clicking things because they will. So assume that they will, and we now need to move into what I like to always refer to is that good security starts with good systems administration. And that's what we need to be able to do as cybersecurity professionals. They have their jobs to do, right? Like marketing, sales, HR, finance, ops, they have their jobs to do to generate revenue for the business to operate. The more you expect for the user to do to reduce that, the less their job starts to become more of a revenue generating position and more of a risk management position. And that's actually bad business management. And this is why you don't see a lot of buy-in from C-suite level technical positions, C-suite non-technical positions, even bothering with this. This is why you're like, oh, but the uppers don't listen to me. Of course not. It's not. You have to think about it, like I said, from a business lens. Yes. Like that's like what Apu was saying over there too, is that our jobs are to let them do their jobs without even knowing we're there. Like, we need to be invisible. That is it. That's the goal. So we need to provide a safe sandbox playground that they can all work and play in and do their job, but not know that they're in a playground. And I hope you're actually understanding. Yeah, we're the guardian angels. Yeah, exactly. And like, you see why, right? Take a look. We walked through this. We walked through the SMTP process, and you saw there is no malicious check inside there at all, right? Like, you're giving your users an environment. Yeah. This is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so a poo's a point over there. Yeah, and same with Wing. Like, I agree with all this, you know? We have to provide users with some level of, okay, here are the playground rules, for sure. Yes, these are the rules. No running, right? Like, no running in a crowded, busy area. Things like that. Yes, like, give them the rules of fair play. No running with scissors. Yeah, exactly. But exactly as like a poos, and that's what you're going to hear me say it too, is that the businesses are there to make money. And I'll tell you this, if the business can operate with 11% of users clicking on emails and it doesn't impact their bottom line as much as it would to hire more security staff and have more security controls, they're going to be okay with users clicking on emails. Every time. And that's what the threat intelligence module is going to be talking about. Bearded Ruckus, can't they make a security rule in this email gateway to deny links? Yeah, exactly. So, sure. You can... So, Bearded, like, this is why we have a whole domain now of detection engineering. This is why detection engineering is branched out from, like traditionally you just had like SOC tier 2 and up analysts and security engineers that were focused on this stuff. Like, it was part of their job. But it's now been abstracted out further to have dedicated detection engineers because of how many layers security has to be involved in, that we now have abstracted out a separate domain within itself to have people dedicated to this. So yes, you can put in filters and proxies and firewalls and rules all you want. But like I said, it is a cat and mouse game still. Because the SMTP protocol by design will still allow a legitimate looking but malicious email through. So the problem here is knowing that, what can you do once it happens? Because it will. And what you can do is go through the email header analysis sort of methodology. And your job when you're as a SOC tier 1 analyst and you're doing your initial triage of an incident that happened, well, you're going to do that. You're going to look at the email headers. You're going to go right up from bottom to top because of this chronological sequence of the SMTP transfers and how it happens. You're going to be looking at inconsistencies, and you're going to be looking at checks that happen from integrity and authenticity, SPF and DKIM. And then you will do two final things. You're going to be looking for links and clickable things to take you out of the email environment. And you're also going to be looking at attachments. Once you get there, you're now going to be doing a 3-stage check, looking for persistence-related mechanisms that could have ended on the endpoint or somewhere else. You're going to be looking at process anomalies, and you're going to be looking at network anomalous traffic beyond that as well. That's it. And then, yeah, Nick, they're going to be looking for personal email accounts as another bypass. Yeah. Yep. So you give them the rules, and then you do your best, as like Apu is saying as well. Limit the blast radius, because it's going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, email security is not overly complicated, right? But this is why it's important to understand the underpinning mechanisms of how this stuff is working. Yeah, I'm glad that helped with the recap, Karina. So, where are we at over here? So that's that. All right. So I think we can actually take a look at an actual email now, yeah? After talking about it so much. Excuse me. The only reason why the email side takes long to get through at first is understanding the relay activity. Pooh, until the InfoSec team understands how the business works, they won't get far making things secure. Yes. Yes. Security is a test and implementation engage of your business culture, your business politics, and your business bureaucracy, and how much are they willing to spend and invest in the environment, and how much are they willing to lose to generate the most revenue and profit that they can. That's what security actually is. It is a risk management of that from a cyber threat lens, I should say. Okay, so I'm going to be firing up the Windows Workstation now. The team that makes the most money gets their way. Yeah, of course. That's how it is. Cool. Let's fire it up. Yeah, Apo, you started career. Yeah, I think we all get there. Yeah. And this is why we keep advocating you, like, as you're studying this stuff, is you want to be technical, but you want to be realistic as well. And you need to keep that in mind. I believe that Shakespeare said it best. Okay? Expectation is the root of all heartache. Nick Baring, having a customer service mindset will help grease the wheels. Yes, true. It's not about how to keep people from doing things. It's how to help them get their work done without being railed by hackers. Yep. That's it. And this is why, like we've said early on in the streams too, that soft skills are actually important in cybersecurity and IT. And I like to always refer back to, like, if you went to the bank or a financial consultant to help you with your money, are you going to go and choose the one that scolds you and tells you everything that you're doing wrong and that it's your fault and that you need to be better with your time and money and then gives you the advice? Or are you going to go to the consultant that also knows what they're doing but appreciates the struggles and the difficulties that you have to live with and go through and provides a clear outcome for you to work with to get back on financial track? That's the difference between a cybersecurity professional that will grow in their career and one that will become frustrated with the system and cite burnout and that no one listens to them. Truly. And you need to understand that. Yeah, of course. You'd be saying thanks for giving me a job. Yeah. Sorry, Jordan. You think most trainings are dry? Yeah, totally. No one wants to do it if it's like, if it sucks, like, you're not gonna want to do it, right? This life. How many people don't go to the gym? How many people don't exercise, right? Because, like, it sucks. Same kind of thing. Like, you know it's good for you, but you're not gonna do it. Same thing. Okay. All right. Windows Workstation is fired up. We have some headers for us to look at, and I'm just going to keep the course stuff on another screen so I don't keep toggling back and forth for you. 1 second. Just make sure that we're tracking. You were at a large financial that That security team had people taking the yearly courses for everybody so that everybody could pass. That hasn't happened before. People giving each other answers? People doing work for others? No. Come on. It would never happen. Yeah. Apunator, if your security team wants to treat training this way, how do you expect regular users to carry? Exactly. Jordan, you think the problem is amongst everywhere? Totally it is. Yeah, yeah. You can both have a different, like, I don't know. If you're only viewing it from within, then how you're able to look outward. That's just how it works. Okay. So we're going to go inside of our Windows VM. We're going to open up the File Explorer over here, and we've got some things prepared for you, some simple stuff. And we're going to go to Email Security, and we're going to take a look at Email Headers folder, and we're going to look at Spam. Spam. Not giving answers, literally sitting at their desk, taking tests for them? Yeah, totally. People cheat? Really? Never heard of that before. Never heard of that. So it's not just about the technical, okay? All right. Wait, what am I looking at over here? Wrong thing. I think I opened up the wrong one. We're going to go back inside the folder. We're going to look at spam.txt. And let's take a look at this. So here is an example. Karina, you're finding the chat discussion helpful and informative? Good. It's important. And this is why you should not be rabbit holing everyone. You should be learning and keep your progress, keep your pace, and reference what you need to know as you need to know. Because as you can see, there's a lot of the business side of things. People complaining. What do you got? Do you agree, or rather you do agree? Okay, as a security team, you need to understand the business unit processes, not only their applications but external touch points. Certainly are factors, especially concerning communication and what channels they use. Yep, 100%. Yep, 100%. If you want people to feel secure, they need to feel understood. It comes with the territory. Okay, so here's an example of a spam email. Let's take a look at it. Let's kind of like walk through all this stuff, okay? So over here, we can see the data. So here's the body of the email. So dear sir, madam, I'm speaking with you regarding the status of your recent payment. We will need to troubleshoot issues with the payment. Kindly send your account and routing number to approval the transaction. So that's a problem, right? To approval the transaction. So this is coming from payment services, and the email is responder111@yahoo.com. Here's the phone number. 605-477-3018. Now, what do we have here? So here we see a bunch of X headers and various headers that have been added on to the email and appended per transaction that they had from server to server. And X headers are additional email headers that are added on to the email. You can call this like a receipt, if you will, that has been added on to the email at every hop that are custom. As you can see, right? X, MS Exchange, organization, authenticate as anonymous. Well, what is Exchange? Here's Microsoft Exchange. This is a Microsoft Exchange header that's been added onto it from prodserver2.example.com and so forth. Now, immediately, let's take a look at this. The return path. The return path says hahasauce@aol.com. You remember AOL.com? Remember those AOL CDs? Well, that's interesting because the return path says this, and here, let me zoom in a little bit. That's probably easier to see. So the return path is hahasauce@aol.com, but it's clearly saying in the body that the responder111@yahoo.com is the actual email. So that's not normal. We can look at the to header. So this is to gooduser.goodcorp.com. Again, more X headers, and there are so many. So many. Like so many. So it's not so much about learning and memorizing them all. It's about looking up and referencing and then building controls and filtering based on the X headers that you're seeing. The date, obviously, the subject. Now, here's the from header. And the from header is what you're actually going to be seeing inside of an email of like, from Doug. You know, like from Doug, Doug Services. But that's what it's going to say. It's going to be like from Doug. But if you look at the email itself, it is not from Payment Services. It's from hahasauce@aol.com. So this is actually where it came from. And this is the return path as well, too. But it's saying to respond to responder111@yahoo.com. So this is believable, right? You see, it's believable enough. But the from is off. So something is not right here. Okay. So it looks like we had a header added in as well too by a spam filter. So a security provider called Spamtrap 3.5 says this message passed. So here's an example of a header that is added on by a proxy or a filter or an email filter that that then stamps it. Remember what I said, every single time something's passing in this process, it is going to add a stamp of something to the email. And it's going to pretty much look like X headers along the way, as those are custom headers that are not part of the RFC, so like the request for comments, the actual protocol of SMTP, which only has like several. TomTom, so normally would the from and reply to be the same? Not necessarily. There is... So again, that's a question that I'm going to throw back and say, there is no such thing as what will it normally be. It's always going to go back to the it depends. What are we looking for here? Scrolling back up, we're looking for inconsistencies in anything here. So at this point in time, we've only been able to observe an inconsistency. That's it. That's all. Now, you might have a security control that says, you know what? If from and reply don't match, block. Cool, you can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. That may be your business policy, but it might not be. And if an email gets through and you have an incident that has this email, then your job is, again, just doing what I'm doing. Scroll up and take note. You're just preparing an investigation. That's it. Yep. Okay. So received. So here you can see a bunch of transactions that occurred, right? From sender domain. So you have an IP address here. Another one as well. So take a look at the SPF. Neutral. So this actually came as neutral as the result. Because there's a bunch. Pass. Soft fail? Yeah. Fail, neutral. And then it says this IP address is neither permitted nor denied by domain of example.com. Whoops. Let me go back. Here's the IP address for it. The envelope is, so you can see it's originally from hahasauce. And there's that, here are your SMTP headers. Jeez, it's kind of annoying. Here's the hello. And the sender as well, too. That comes right after it. Okay. So this has a spam score of 73 from another check that happened with another check. So here's Forefront anti-spam report, fish alert. Here's another email filter. And this is coming from localhost by filter1.security provider. And here's from postfix. So the postfix service has actually stamped this initially with a spam score of 73. So you can see there are multiple checks along the way, but it's up to you and your DMARC and your email acceptance policies to determine what is tolerable and what's not. And all what's happening is when you mark this as spam or users are marking it as spam, it's just sending telemetry back to the service where then you have AI. We used to just call it as machine learning, but you have machine learning algorithms that then they basically observe that as sort of like maybe some type of alert or anomaly that is different from the regular norm baseline, and it'll increase the threshold of capturing things that look like that in the future and then put it in spam. And this is why you have to typically mark spam like a couple times for things that are kind of similar. And then right at the top, at the beginning, the instantiation, the creation, I should say, rather, of this email, all the way back from prodserver1example.com. Here's a local IP address. It went to mail server 2. So here's the mail server that it went to from the MUA. So there was a MUA that went to the MSA. This is probably maybe like their client MSA. Or even like their MTA. So it's hard to say. We don't know. But this is an early on server in the chain. Then it was received by prodserver2.example.com and went to another private IP address. Finally another. And it now looks like it went outbound because that's an external public IP. So if I were to do an email analysis, I'd be looking like these are the initial private IP addresses with a potential public IP address that looks questionable. Like it's part of this, and it's only questionable because there was an inconsistency that I noted earlier, and also some really poor spelling. So I have now done the first part of my triage. I have looked for inconsistencies in the headers. I've now gathered information on some potential pieces that I need to go and inspect. I have some IPs, I have some domains, and I would do some inspection on them with closed source intelligence and then open source intelligence to look if any of these are on blacklists or if they've been flagged. Now, there's no link that's been provided. It's just asking you to reply back to them. So what I could do maybe is, was there anything inside here? I could maybe grab some of those public IPs that were involved in this process and maybe put it through any.run or like Joe Sandbox. And then see what comes up. And if you can do that, guess what? You've probably handled a tier 1 SOC Analyst ticket for an email. And now it's just about getting more complex with it. Now we're going to be looking afterwards with attachments and things and links for inspection and analysis. Pretty cool. See, it's not that bad. It's just a matter of going from bottom to top and collecting evidence and seeing what leads to where and looking at intelligence sources and then running through sandboxes. And if there was something on the endpoint, like I said, you would go back and then you would do a full check, as we learned last week. Get auto runs, procmon, procxb, TCP view, fire them up and look for anomalous activity between persistence, process, and networking related events. Cool? Well, let's drop the mic. Does that make sense? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Nice. Thanks, Nick. Okay. Let's just take like a I don't know, a 3 or 5 minute break. I'm just going to grab another drink of water. Grey Hatter, thanks for the follow as well. And then we'll do, what's the next lab that we can take a look at over here? I think the next one. So, okay, so this one we're actually going to be doing some inspection together on URLs. I don't think there's any file for this lab, is there? No. Bearded? Yeah, yeah. So Bearded, yeah, you got an email on your first day of... So Inside, Serval, thanks for the follows, both. So Bearded, you had a suspect email sent to you on day one. Go and inspect it. Go rip up those headers from bottom to top and do a full investigation and analysis and see what you can find. Okay. Yeah, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and we'll do this lab, and then maybe authentication headers? We'll see. But the URL inspection. So now we're going to be looking at URLs, like some examples of things that could happen by clicking on things. Okay? So we'll be back. Cool. A little bit more to go over here. Take a look at old chat. So Nick Barry, there's a ton of phishing automation that will try to hit you when you join an org, 100%. Especially scraping your LinkedIn. Yeah, get away, collect samples, totally. And Beard, you're gonna pretend you're from Pizza Hut. Hey, look, walk in with a box of donuts. See who stops you. Nick's saying CEO impersonation is a common one. Yeah, they have a higher success rate against new employees who haven't yet learned the company norms. They will also target HR processes like setting up your payroll deposits. Yeah. Or like asking for your phone number, right, Bearded? So I don't know if you heard about this recently in the news, but so this woman was scammed by an AI generated Brad Pitt. So she lost $800,000 to help support and save a very sick Brad Pitt. I don't know how real this is, but this was all over the news for a little bit. I mean, Brad Pitt was sick, man. Like, you gotta help him out, right? It's and like, these aren't even the best AI generated. Like, come on. Like, some of these look really bad. Like this one over here, where he's saying that Anne, I love you. I mean, I feel bad for the woman. It's unfortunate. I don't know. I'm not in her shoes, right? I'm not going to judge her, but I will say that she was misled and she fell for it. And you know what? That happens. And it's not like he doesn't already have the money. Yeah, this picks. Yeah, like these look really bad, right? It's the real thing is that this happens. That's what I'm trying to say. This happens. Like, I don't know who this woman is, but I'm sure she had a regular life. She worked at a regular job, or maybe not a regular job or a regular life to be throwing around 800 grand. I don't know, but she was there. At some point in time, she was part of some system, part of some process, and had an email at something, right? Your users hopefully are not going to be throwing around $800,000, but the reality is, if SMTP is as bad as it is from a security lens, because from a reliability, it's great. I'd have to pry $800,000 for a cold dead hand stop top. It's only happened more frequently. Yeah, the woman not look online is Brad Pitt sick. You know, like there was apparently the whole scam was that Brad Pitt's mother, I think, had identified her as someone to help Brad Pitt, and so it was private, and didn't want to get this information out. So then you get these social engineering tactics, right? Like exclusivity, urgency, consensus, and a lot of other like human bias mechanisms that we can fall for. Yeah, see, like Doug is saying, watch your target organization. You follow you follow their LinkedIn, their Instagram, Facebook, their Twitter, their Reddit, their Twitch streams. You follow what they do, right? Karina, I got a call from Bank of America's spoof customer service number. Said someone was trying to transfer money out of my account, and they'd help me set up a Zelle account so I could stop transfers. Yeah. Gray Hatter, she was lonely. A lot of people are lonely, Gray. There's a lot of lonely people out there. 100%. Loneliness and desperation and anxiety and a lot of like personal issues. People will react in ways that aren't in their best interest. They will react in ways that are in the best interest of others, likely. So they can be very easily manipulated and misled. People with access to large sums of money are just susceptible to influences those. So exactly. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. And think about where you could have gone better or used elsewhere in the economy. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't want to judge her. I'm not in her shoes. Like, it's always easy to be the observer looking in, but you have to understand, like, this was a woman that, like, she believed in her mind. And, you know, like, she felt that she needed to be in that position to help Brad Pitt, who was sick. And you have to understand that, like, you will have users in your company that are also going through personal things. And there's a very high likelihood, like, this is why Doug's saying he's actually not partnering in helping level effect. This was a long con to follow Anthony's activities in the phishing. Yeah. The long con. Yeah, you got to play the long game. Yeah. I mean, have any of you ever watched, like, The Usual Suspects, right? That older movie? There are a lot of famous, both fictional and fact, that that people have come up with scams and schemes and played the long game, right? Yeah, her grandmother fell for scams and she was getting dementia. Yeah, you know, yeah, it's all right. People get older. It's unfortunate, but the systems in place that we have right now are not as, I guess, secure and as foolproof as we would hope them to be. But the world has moved so fast that we're stuck with it. So let's take a look at this lab over here on URLs. So emails are going to be, they're going to come with a URL at some point. Like, there's going to be something to be clicking on at some point. So what is the structure of the URL itself? Well, we talked a little bit about HTML code previously, but a lot of email providers these days actually have, like, rich text and markup enabled, and HTML as well too, amongst other types of formatting. And, like, this page right here is actually a markdown file. Yeah. This is a markdown file right over here, where this link, here's the code. Here's the code. This tag is only clickable because the markdown interpreter on the page has read it and interpreted it to be clickable based on how browser objects work. And this browser object, this A tag, it's actually called an A element. This allows you to create text on a page that once you hover your mouse over and you kind of highlight the little icon, the cursor, you'll see in the bottom left of the screen, it'll actually provide you with where the link is going to. If I highlight my mouse over leveleffect.com on a simple A element on the HTML side of things, the link will take me to google.com because that's actually where it's linked to per one of the attributes of this A element. Now, the text that I read as a human looks like this. This is what's displayed to me. This is what's rendered to me, but the code behind it is saying take me here. So if I click on this, it's going to take me to google.com. But I read it as just leveleffect.com. So this is a simple example. This is a simple example, and this is a very common one. You'll see this in emails of where a link is embedded to go somewhere else, but not to where it says it's going to go. Pretty easy to spot, right? And to think about it, I'll kind of copy this inside a chat over here. Hopefully this doesn't blow up Twitch. Yeah, okay. So the A element and this href tag is, here's the actual destination, and the text that you want to display is here. So next one over here is hover the link below with your mouse and pay special attention to what happens in the bottom left of my screen. So if I go over here and I highlight this, notice that, and I'm going to click on it, it's going to take me to leveleffect.com. But take a look at this. What do you see there that's wrong? Does this look like leveleffect.com? Okay. I guess not, or maybe it does. Are you seeing this? This character right here in the middle? Set of characters, I should say. Yeah, some type of injection. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, it sometimes can denote commands, Karina, but in terms of formatting a URL, so this is actually called the shy character. And there's actually a link over here for you to read more about. And this is a way for links to break pattern match and detection rules. If I was filtering for leveleffect.com, well, if I was a threat actor, all what I would need to do is throw in, it's called a shy character. It's a silent character that doesn't actually render, but it can break and bypass detection mechanisms. Because the detection mechanism might be looking for leveleffect.com, but I am embedding a link to level effect and shy semicolon effect.com, and it will bypass the filter. Now I could put this shy anywhere. So this is where you have to come up with really crafty. So S2M Green, the shy character is an obfuscation method. Yeah, pretty much. It's just, it doesn't actually mean anything. This still goes to leveleffect.com. So like if I highlight the mouse here and I select it, it's still going to take me there. So you can just imagine like this doesn't exist. Yeah. 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 Kim, evil mails can also send you to the real website, but over proxy it records your actions. Yeah, you generally don't trust emails that claim to be from a financial institution. Yeah, exactly. Just be extra cautious and safe. Like you and the security mindset of all of you here, yes. But your users don't know any better. Nick, this would be a steganography technique? Yeah. So steganography being like something hidden within something else, sort of like used more so like with images. It's still an obfuscation tactic to embed as well too and hide. And this one over here is quite apparent to us, but if we highlight the mouse, again, like the mouse doesn't show that. The cursor that appears in the bottom left of the screen doesn't actually show the shy character. So no one would be able to see this. Like a user wouldn't be able to see this. However, why would this be allowed to begin with? There are a lot of formatting and characters that allow you to abuse or misuse things in the way that they shouldn't be. I'll put it that way, Bearded. I mean, I don't actually know the full technical reason of why it was actually even created. It's good for me to read on. If someone knows, please share. But I would imagine something to do with encoding. Yeah, so it's a way to if you run into like hyphens. something like that, or maybe something you want to do to encode or get past something that is being blocked. And again, formatting is like, if you want to format a message or format a URL to get across between a client and server, and you're running into issues, maybe you'll want to use the shy character to get through it. Maybe that's where that's used. I haven't had to actually use it myself, but this is just a tactic and a technique to demonstrate that, like, leveleffect.com, if that was blocked, could possibly be broken by detection rules if we threw in a shy character in the middle. So this is something else that could exist. There are many. Let's take a look at the next one. Yeah. So hover over the link with your mouse. Pay special attention to what happens in the bottom left of your screen compared to the URL. So if I hover my mouse over here, it's actually telling me to go to google.com. Now, it looks like it should go to leveleffect.com, right? With a login, right? And a bunch of weird characters. Right? So why, when I click on this, does it take me to google.com? Yeah, so Nick, the browser often does weird things with URLs. Yeah, encoding, like we learned about with like base64, is to ensure that we don't get any type of inconsistency or integrity loss in data transmission between two endpoints over a protocol, or like some type of network communication, or even locally too. So the browser has a ton of encoding, because think about how many languages exist in the world, how many numbering systems, how many non-languages and non-number systems exist, like in mathematics, right? Like there's so many symbols and things that could be used to communicate or convey or transmit data. So encoding is used in a lot of places to make that transmission easier. Yeah, you're not agreeing with that, right, question? Yeah, it means Google and ASCII, right? So take a look at this. So let's go and grab this. I'm actually going to grab just the encoded portion, right? Let's go to CyberChef. The old magic at google.com. So what's actually happening over here is, what you're saying is you are using the combination of username, password, I'm putting inside of chat, at website.com. So what this is actually doing is it's going to eventually take you to at google.com, but it is using the convention of username, password at website.com. So you think it's going to leveleffect.com, but it's not. And so there's actually some hex encoding over here that'll take you elsewhere. And that's what this kind of talks about further on is, so these characters, they resolve to google.com, and what this is actually like saying is your login credentials at google.com. And it kind of looks like this. So that's kind of dangerous, right? Now, what's more is if I was able to, if I sent you like a phishing link, I'll put this inside a chat, or actually, if I sent you a phishing email and I was able to use some tokens, right? I don't know, banklogin.com, just for demonstrating this concept, right? If I sent you some type of link that was able to pull your first name and last name from some type of reference inside the email or my own database and in that my phishing email is referring to, and I left this blank, so like stored password or I don't know, default it as empty, or something like, please enter your password, okay? What would happen is if a user clicks on that, they would get some type of login form that would say like login, and it would actually pre-populate, let's say Doug. Doug dot fake last name. I'm not going to use your actual last name. Let's just say Doug.kt at goodcorp, okay? .com. So the user's going to see this. They're going to be like, oh, well, that's my email. Cool. And I'm on the right website. It's banklogin.com. So the URL in browser will show banklogin.com. So if I'm the user, I'm going to be like, well, it looks like bank login. It's already got my email pre-populated for me. And here we go. It says, please enter my password. Now, it's going to show this by default. Please enter your password. Now, that looks normal, right? Welcome to phishing emails. The user is not going to know any better. This looks very believable. Very, very believable. And it's not like they're going to be trained in everything you've been learning in SOC 100 to date. Like, do you expect every user in your organization to take an entire SOC 100 course to be up to snuff, to be able to protect themselves against this? No, come on. So what's happening here is you're going to send them a link like this to click on. It can pre-populate some information or use some logic that will then default to some type of stored value. It's possible. And then it'll take them to their login website. And then when they get to the login form, it'll just show their pre-populated email, which they're familiar with, and a statement. They're like, cool. All right. Cool. That's how it works. Gray Hatter, so you do expect that, but you admit your expectation is completely unreasonable. That's fair enough. Fair enough, man. Yep. It happens. And that's what we talked about before, is it's so easy that you start to get so specialized in your domain knowledge that it's hard for you to always snap out of it and be like, all right, okay, cool. I got to get myself in the user's shoes, and it's fine. It just comes with the job. So Nick's saying, hopefully banks are protecting themselves from this activity, but a lot of smaller credit unions wouldn't have the team to keep up. True. Yeah. Just using this for like an example, but this could be like local development app. This could be like my charitable donation site, you know, like whatever. It could be so many different things. The concept being that you can redirect, I should say. Think about Batman. What does he say in the League of Shadows? Theatricality and misdirection are powerful agents to in war, or to the uninitiated, something like that. So this is what's happening over here, is you can use well-intended design protocols where this would be interpreted to like username :password at website.com, log, and have them click on it, and it'll take them to the website.com portion. These are just some examples. There are many different ways you can mess around with this stuff. Karina, could you review what I linked it again? Yeah, so that link, if I did, here, I'll copy it so I can write it out over here. So I'll type it out again. Okay. This is effectively breaking down into... Give me a second. Oops. Okay. Okay. That's what's happening. Yeah. So this is just the convention over here that works off of a concept of username, password at service, I should say. Well, in this case, let's just go at website.com, because this is common in a lot of things. You could use this in what am I thinking of here for a moment? You would see this maybe in like pass the hash, SMB type of logins can use this type of naming convention, FTP and such. So this is just like a login convention that is interpreted to provide username, password at service or at website.com. So you can provide a link like this, and you can encode it. You can use hex encoding, and the browser will break it down and interpret it to like leveleffect.com, and here's the password, but it's going to take you to google.com and try to submit that if it was set up that way. Now, what I did over here was I'm saying this is a very advanced type of concept here for you to understand that if I was using a phishing campaign, I would also have a phishing server. Yeah, this is part of the URL standard, not all protocol schema support. Yes, exactly. Like, it's not always going to work. So there's other things you could do, like you can find other parameters inside of like the form submission. There's other ways you can do this, but conceptually speaking, what we're trying to deal with here is that you can replace or misplace stored variables in parts of almost anywhere in terms of browser requests and traffic. And that's what we said is sort of like the root cause of all web application vulnerabilities really comes down to arbitrary user input. Because I can put in like usernames, passwords, and encoding, and I can put a bunch of things anywhere in the URL, inside the form, inside of the HTTP request. There's a ton of places where I can stuff this stuff. And conceptually speaking, what I'm saying here is I'm essentially like referencing variables and saying if I had first name and last name being referenced from my phishing server that I've set up for my database to refer to, I could also say the phishing email, when it sends it out for them to click on for this link, will try to retrieve a stored password. If it has it, then great, it'll use that value. But if it doesn't, then this is just OR logic to default to this value. And this is a little bit more pseudocode to demonstrate the concept, but this is using tokens and variables to inject stored values into otherwise normal submissions like a URL. That's all. That's all. Much more advanced, Karina, for now. $205, we're a little bit over. Okay. I think, what else do we have to cover over here? Not much. Okay, so another thing to talk about would be, I think we've all seen these, like bit.ly's shortened links. And all what this does is just have a website in between that acts like a redirect, and it stores DNS records to be able to provide a user, if they click on that website, it'll go to like bit.ly.com, which is storing a record that will then perform a 301, like a redirect, to wherever it's supposed to go. So this is where we have links that are not immediately suspicious, but they are intermediate steps in the chain. That's what this is talking about here. So if I look at this bit.ly link, and you can take a look at this, this is just a way for you to be able to, I don't know. Oh, come on. It's a login now? All right. Well, regardless. I think you get the point. You put in a URL, it gives you a shortened version of it, which the website is hosting for a redirect to send you from their website to the target destination. That's all. So we can have redirects as well. Now, here's another one. This is not going to work for me because I have protection on, and most browsers will protect a lot of this stuff nowadays, but it's still possible, and this could be much more of a complex attack, but there are JavaScript events that can execute within the browser environment, like on mouse over, which if I were to highlight my mouse over this, an event could appear. Much less common nowadays. However, still not impossible, and it paints the concept that there is JavaScript code execution that could call functions like on mouse over or on mouse click and other such things that could get the browser session to do something else unintended by the user. And then finally, I think the last one to review as another type of vector. And again, it's not an exhaustive list. Like, this isn't all the URLs that you're ever going to face in the world. They're just things for you to be aware of and you're going to learn more about. But this is a good start. Is you're going to see things like if I highlight my mouse over here, notice that level effect looks really different. And this is another concept kind of like the shy character. Yeah, Jordan is done. I know. I'm going to wrap it up over here as well, too. Thanks for being in the stream, man. So the last thing is that we can also deal with a system that allows us to internationalize different characters. This is referred to as like puny code. And this allows us to work with, like, if you take a look at this example over here, right? So we have some, could be kanji, it could be Chinese characters. So this is effectively demonstrating for us to work with a multi-language scope, like we talked about, different languages, number systems, mathematics, symbols, etc. There are systems that are in place that can allow us to encode and interpret things to be understood and executed by the browser and browser requests. So in this case, if I look at this code over here, the href is actually trying to, it looks like leveleffect.com, which could actually bypass detection rules to some degree because of these weird characters that are sitting over there. But it's actually being interpreted to this address, which I'm not going to click on. Kind of dangerous. Oops. So I could maybe send this to leveleffect.com. And see, in this case, it's not going to actually change anything. So, kind of a tough area. So again, are you still expecting users to be really that good with this stuff? I mean, to me, if I zoom into this, right? I mean, I'm just going to copy it. I wonder if it's actually going to execute inside of Twitch chat. Don't click on this. Like, you see those weird characters over there? It's pretty hard for you to account for every single possible type of link that can come through. And a regular user might look at that, and that might be believable. So there are many layers to this. It's not so much just about, well, don't, you know, like the user should know. They should be able to click on, they shouldn't click on this stuff. Well, sometimes it looks really believable. Yeah, typo squatting, it's right to Mori is another one. So it could be like level, maybe like 2, kind of like, right? Like that could miss people's eyes, having an extra character inside there. And again, that could take you to like a bit.ly link or another redirector of some sort as well too. So when we get to the URL inspection part of these emails, you have to have a good eye to really examine what's actually going on. And this is where you're going to be doing your security analysis portion. So we looked at the headers prior. Now we're looking at the links. And we're looking for anomalies. We're looking for things that are not normal, because a user is not going to type in something like this. Okay? A user is not going to click on that. Or rather, sorry, not going to write that. Additionally, a user is not going to send you a link like that. So your eye should be looking at this stuff being like, yeah, like that's not normal. Pandim, could solutions like Microsoft 365 mitigate type of attack by pre-checking links? Yeah, exactly. So this is why you have like spam filters, and you have like email filtering rules from Office 365 environment. Cloudflare does the same thing with like DNS records, looking through all those. You name it. It's just machine learning algorithms. But again, the problem, like I said with that, is that it's just a big cat and mouse game. There's plenty of controls out there, but something will get through. So what do you do when it does? Simpson, thanks for the follow. That's a good spot to stop as well, too. There's a lot of talking today. Cool. Alrighty. You're working at Volvo Cars, get these emails every day. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Nick Barry, encoding is just a tool. Exactly, yeah. So like when we talked about like base64, right? It's just for compatibility and reliability. That's all what encoding is. So a lot of these systems still have to support it to some degree. Microsoft doesn't know URL encoding. They don't know it's malicious. So it's going to be, exactly, it's going to be up to you to submit those. Yeah. It's just more machine learning, more training, more algorithms that will get better and better over time. That's all. But cool. All right. I think that's good. I think we covered a ton of ground today. It's a good segue to, I think, to stop here. We're going to do the rest of the email analysis tomorrow and start up log analytics. But I think now you've got a really good understanding of how the SMT portion works, SMTP, and the different steps along the transmission line, what SPF and DKIM and DMARC actually do and why they're actually there. And I think you've got an idea now, looking at some of the headers, of how to do a little bit of an email header inspection, and also some ideas of how URLs can be very well crafted to obfuscate and hide their tracks quite well and confuse and mislead users in such in a way that's actually pretty effective. We also looked at the fact that emails have a rate of 11% of users are going to be clicking on emails based on one of the intelligence reports out there. That's a leading industry intelligence report. So it's not that we don't have the controls and the tools. We do. It's just a matter of the inherent insecure design that we keep layering security on top of, that it's just one giant cat and mouse game. So we're going to continue learning more about it and developing our triage methodology tomorrow, and then hop into log analytics. With that, that's all I got for the day. Thank you, everyone, for spending your Saturday. A good 4-hour stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting the stream. The engagement, the chat. We had a lot of good questions and engagement today. And thank you all for spending your time and learning more about this stuff. So I appreciate it. Appreciate you all being here. Now, let's go and have a good rest of our Saturday, and we will see you tomorrow for another stream. We're going to be right back at it. Cool, cool. All right, have yourself a good rest of your day, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick, as well, too. I had a lot of good questions and comments from your end as well, too, so I appreciate that. But cool. Take care, everyone.